June 29th Planning Board meeting. We're going to take up some items that were not completed on our last meeting. However, we are going to have a break at 10 a.m. for a special commission meeting called by the City of Miami Beach Mayor and the City Commissioners. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to staff to go ahead and introduce the meeting and the protocols for how to participate in the meeting for both residents of Miami Beach and presenters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the board. I just wanted to advise the board and the public that today's virtual meeting of the Planning Board has been scheduled pursuant to Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor, which suspends any Florida statute that requires a quorum to be present in person or requires a local government body to meet at a specific public place, and permits local government bodies to utilize communications media technology such as Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, please dial 1-888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 872-143-8651#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 872-1453-8651. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app, or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Members of the public who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony and/or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item scheduled to be heard may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, Washington Avenue entrance, Art Deco room 229, Miami Beach, Florida, at which location access to a computer will be provided. On each quasi-judicial application today, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll also be keeping time in today's meeting. Applicants will be given 10 minutes each to present, and members of the public will be given 2 minutes. Lastly, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. The last thing I'd like to do, Mr. Chair, is just swear in members of staff who will be participating in today's meeting. I just need an affirmative I do after I read the oath. Okay, so do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. All right, that's it for me, thanks.
All right, so let's get started. We are on a tight schedule today, so we'll try to move it along as quickly as we can. I think we have on the agenda from last meeting, the after action report, just the approval of the minutes from last meeting. So if we can have someone from the board move it.
I'll move to approve the minutes for our last meeting.
Second.
Excuse me,
Yes.
guys, before we proceed with that, I'd just like to let everybody know that we will have to pause this meeting promptly at 9:50 a.m. to allow the checks necessary for the commission meeting at 10 o'clock. And I want to advise the board members and the planning board participants to meet. Please make sure you stay on the line. Do not disconnect, because we're using the same line that the city commission will be using at 10 o'clock. We will resume after the city commission, ends their special meeting. So with that, we can proceed with the after action. Who made the motion for the minutes?
I did, Mark.
Do we have a second?
And
second.
The
All in
second
favor?
by Nick Jumpy.
David.
By David.
All in
Can we do
favor?
the roll?
Yeah, go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
For the roll call, Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Vittia,
Yes.
Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy,
Yes.
Mr. Burno,
Yes.
And Ms. Pietro will be absent for today's meeting. Motion passes 6-0.
All right. So let's go ahead and move into the first planning board item, PB 19-0334, Revive Clinic.
Okay, this is an application for a conditional use approval for non-medical office and personal service uses located on the ground floor of an existing multifamily building, the Capri. The board may remember on October 30th of last year, the City Commission adopted an ordinance amending the conditional uses within the West Avenue Bayfront Overlay District to include non-medical offices and personal service uses for Bayfront apartment buildings. As part of the discussion of this ordinance, the City Commission also referred a separate ordinance to the Planning Board to amend the existing definition for personal service, which was adopted by the City Commission on May 13th of this year. This proposal is for an existing commercial space in the building to operate the proposed spa, which includes non-medical office and provide personal service uses. The applicant has indicated that the massage clinic and spa will include facial cosmetic treatments and body cosmetic treatments. The total area of the use is approximately 1,000 square feet. Hours of operation are Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The applicant has the use of 4 valet parking spaces in the building, which will be allocated for the space, and valet services will be available all times while the spa is operational. As indicated in our report, based upon the types of services provided, the minimal staffing and minimal clientele serviced within the business at any given time, as well as the largely daytime hours of operation from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., staff has no concerns with the applicant's request. I do want to provide one minor modification to our conditions of approval, and this will be on page 2 of our draft final order. I'm proposing to modify condition 2A to read, the applicant shall submit a revised business/operation plan, removing the medical reference, subject to review and approval of staff. With that, we are recommending approval of the application.
Okay. With that, let me see if we have anybody from the public first before we discuss it. PJ, we have Stephen Marcia.
Mr. Chair, we should allow the applicant to present first.
I'm sorry. Yes.
That's all right.
Let's go ahead.
And I'd just like to swear in anyone who's appearing on behalf of the applicant. Please state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So before I believe Chris Goges is gonna provide some comments. This is a relatively minor application, so he does not have a presentation. The floor plans and operational plan were provided and available on the website and to the board members, but I believe he would like to speak before any public comment. So with that, I'll let Chris speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Good morning. Sorry for my English, actually. So I'm not from Miami, just and here 2 years ago. So it's a pleasure for me to see you guys and also to be the part of Capri community. So I just like a few comments. I have what we've done and what we are going to do in the future for Capri residents and also for Miami Beach. So so far, so we are operating from November, and we changed totally the area around the commercial unit. So absolutely, I invited you for the most beautiful sun spot in Miami Beach. So we planted lots of trees, bushes, flowers. So our idea of like outside the clinic of the terrace, it was like to do a tropical island. So I hope it looks like it. And everyone from neighbors, from our clients, really are highly satisfied from the look outside and also inside. As well as every Capri residents, they talk that we really upgraded Capri residents' external look. So glad to hear. So we plant lots of also like trees in a doggy park as well. We initiated the doggy park, which is like next to our clinic terrace, and which belongs to the Capri residents. And we also initiated park renovation because it was full of dirty stuff around. Also, we cleaned the park from roots, garbage on our own cost. So we cleaned the area next to the park, which was the homeless people place to live. It was like lots of rats. Anyway, it was really dirty place, so we did it and upgraded the place like outside the clinic. So we invested in a few cameras around the terrace because of these homeless people, and the Capri residential, they didn't like cover that area. So totally we invested outside area approximately $25,000 US. So we did also great job inside the unit, a very modern look, but we wanted to match with the Capri style, and I think it is. So we started operate, and everyone from Capri and our neighborhood are really highly satisfied from our services, which we have right now. So we got every needed permits, licenses, and for the future, we are going to continue non-medical treatment for the face and body. So we wanted the Revive Clinic to be really like a very relaxing place for residents and neighbors. And our goal is to have no more than 10 up to 15 clients a day in operating hours, 10 to 8, maybe 9 p.m. as people want to rest and relax after working hours, yes. So, so far, and the administration can confirm there wasn't any traffic around the buildings. We have 4 valet parking spaces, and usually it's like maybe up to 2 people in one time at the clinic. So there is absolutely no traffic there. I spoke with last Friday with administrator. We are very close right now in the cooperation, and she confirmed absolutely everyone is satisfied. Absolutely from our work. Absolutely there is no any complaint for any noise, any traffic. So glad to hear that we are nice neighbors for Capri residents. And what's more, we like a year ago we applied for the conditional use of the spa for non-medical facial and body treatment, and we got support from board of directors Capri. So I sent to Thomas 2 letters which were supporting by board of directors and also by attorney that they are absolutely agree and support us with non-medical facials and body treatment. So yeah, so this is like quickly brief. So we are really like happy we are operating here, and we would like to add to our practice like more facial spa treatments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to take some comment if there is any from the public, and then the board will speak. And if we have anything else for you, we'll ask you to speak again for us if there is a question that needs answering. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And just a reminder, Mr. Chair, I'll need to swear in each member of the public. So who do we have first?
How you doing? Stephen Marassia.
Hi there. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
So good morning. My name is Stephen Marassia. I represent Capri South Beach Condominium Association. We've submitted a lobbyist form in this regard. Just a few objections and notes with regards to the conditional use application. The first would be, as noted in the additional amendment at the beginning or introduction of this particular item, the adopted ordinance 2019-4313 was amended to note that it could include only non-medical offices. Again, as noted earlier in the doctor's operational plan, it's noted that he's going to be offering medical and spa services. This would seem to violate the ordinance that permits only non-medical offices. Additionally, the staff section of the plan references the doctor's extensive medical expertise in cosmetic work. So while it was noted at the beginning, we just want to put additional emphasis on the association's request to have any mention of medical procedures stricken. Obviously, this is for consistency purposes and to avoid any confusion as to what is being offered in this particular location. So we would move to have that struck from his operational plan, any reference to medical or any reference that he would be performing, the doctor would be performing medical procedures, just so there's not any confusion and that the word medical could be completely stricken. Other than that, we don't have any problems in that regard. Now, as far as there's reference to music being played, as was noted at the introduction here, this is a residential multifamily zoning. Additionally, there's no outside seating. This isn't a restaurant, and this area isn't located on Ocean Drive. Not to mention 2 to 3 feet above this particular spa area, there's residents. Obviously, like I said, it's a residential multifamily area. So we would object to any music being played. As this board is aware, Chapter 46, Section 46-152 states that no music can be played or any attraction or music that would attract people to the location. Now, again, since this is multifamily, since there is no outdoor seating, and since there is residents living directly above this particular location, we want to emphasize that this may disrupt the enjoyment of these residents being able to live and enjoy their property if they have to, especially during this particular time where many people are quarantining, if they want to enjoy their balcony and they have to hear some noise or music downstairs that they're not, preferably, or they prefer, we would just suggest that would also be stricken. Any permission to allow music, just because, like I said, this is not an outdoor restaurant with seating. This is not Ocean Drive. And there are residents right above. So,
sir, your time is up.
I'm sorry, if I could have one more minute.
Go ahead and wrap up.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. The last thing, and kind of tying back into this particular item as far as people gathering, the time the doctor referenced that he wants to go between to close at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Again, this is a residential area. We want to avoid any quote unquote Botox parties where there's being alcohol served at 8 or 9 p.m., 10 or 15 people out back when there's residents living, again, 2 or 3 feet above this particular location. So the association would object to any music, and to the closing time. We would suggest that the closing time be between 5 and 6. As far as I understand, the Baywalk closes for pedestrians and bicyclists around 5 or 6. So again, for the peaceful enjoyment of the residents above, we would ask that the time for closing be struck or moved to 5 or 6 p.m. and the music be completely strict. And again, for the multifamily residential zoning that this particular area is in. And I thank you very much, the board, for your time.
Can I add some comments?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve, for your comments. So first of all, absolutely, we agreed a year ago and also like a couple of days ago, it's going to be non-medical spa, absolutely. So this is absolutely, there is no objection. It's for me, it's obvious. This is going to be very relaxing place in our area. Music. So there wasn't any complaint, any music for last more than half a year. So the only one music we played, it was grand opening in November, and everyone was invited. Everyone was aware about this music, and was the music and event took place up to 2 p.m. and everyone, again, like neighbors were satisfied because they could even join us. So there wasn't any music, and there is no music. There is no any party outside. But thank you for your comment. Regarding the hours, again, this is the spa relaxing place, and people relax after work. They are finished at 5, 6. So my plan is to have the spa open until 8, 9, and actually at 8, 9 the boardwalk it's closing. It's closed, not at 5, 6. So please ask administration. And again, it wasn't any traffic, any noise so far, and it's not going to be. So again, so we are going to have really like a boutique style, a very quiet, relaxing place, not only for residents but also for neighbors. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, PJ, we'll go ahead and I don't see any other public comments. So let's go ahead and close the public comment and we'll open it up to the board for discussion.
Good question. When you talk about the music playing, you're talking about like massage room music in the massage rooms. I mean, you're not talking about any outdoor music at all.
Yeah, I'm confused about that as well. Michael?
Yeah, so
could you help us understand what's being talked about there?
So I think based upon what Chris agrees, as well as the association, we can modify condition 2D to read exterior speakers only for fire and life safety purposes may be permitted. So there will be no outdoor speakers for background music or any music outdoors. So I think that's clear. And we have the condition that I modified, condition 2A, to strike any reference to medical in the operation plan. I think the only point of contention with the operator and the association is the hours of operations. Right now we have them limited till 8 p.m. daily. Just for the board members, to be aware that the code does allow a health club in the same space to operate without restrictions on hours of operation. So we feel that the hours that we had proposed that were referenced initially in the operation plan till 8 p.m. daily is a suitable hours of operation for such a minimal size facility.
I feel comfortable with that, and I feel like that's something we could, hear. We'll hear a progress report on this establishment, correct?
I feel comfortable with it also, and I imagine there's going to be new age music that's going to be played in the massage aspect of the room when someone's getting a massage. Is that, massage music is. We
can't require him to play new age music, David.
No, I'm saying, is there going to be, what kind of, he won't be able to play music interior
outside.
Can I comment?
I just want to clarify that.
Can I comment something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so it's not going to be heavy metal music. So we agreed with this, Steve last week. It's going to be absolutely relaxing music and maybe like a Chopin music. But anyway, relaxing music. And again, I think there is not an issue of the music. Again, so half a year so we are operating here. There was any complaint about.
Okay. We get it. We get it.
Thank
you.
Is
Mr. Marasia still available? I have two questions for him, if that's okay with everybody.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here, gentlemen.
Does this Michael Belush offered an amendment? Does that satisfy you regarding the potential for outdoor problems? And then what is your specific objection to an 8 p.m. closing time for a spa? That seems reasonable to me, but tell me what you're thinking.
Okay, well, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, to the first point, as far as I understood, 2D is now going to be amended to say that only fire and life safety exterior noise can be made outside. That's fine with the association. The association only objects to any music being played on the exterior. So as long as there's no music being played on the exterior, that's fine. Now, as far as your next item or your next question regarding the closing time, the association is just concerned, again, since it's a multi-family residential area and there's music and there's residents living directly above, they're just concerned that at 8 or 9 p.m., there's going to be quote unquote Botox parties as they did during the grand opening. Where there's going to be noise, and if people want to enjoy the residents want to enjoy their balconies at 8 or 9 p.m. and there's a gathering of 10 or 15 people out front because they're still open, or they're just in, they're making any kind of noises after the Baywalk is generally closed down, that would be our only objection.
So let's just clarify though. The proposal says that they will be closed by 8. So let's take the 9 p.m. out of the conversation for now. And do you have an objection to them being totally closed by 8 p.m.?
Yes. Again, we would suggest 5 or 6 p.m. when at the sunset and the Baywalk generally closes to bicyclists, and most pedestrians are out of there by that time. So our objection would still be the same, whether it is 8 or 9. we would suggest 5 or 6 be the time for closing, just generally when the sun is going down and people are leaving the Baywalk.
Can I comment shortly? Okay, Steve, actually, so we had a discussion about the operating hours more than a year ago when I bought the property. And we are talking about the hour opening up to 10 p.m. and it wasn't any objections from the board and from the administrators. So this is why, I decreased the operating hours up to 9 p.m. So I'm really surprised right now that we are discussing about something which was actually done a year ago. First of all. Secondly, again, you had experience with myself for more than half a year and it wasn't any traffic. Thirdly, okay, any music you could hear and the traffic, there is a people, like lots of people looking outside for a sunset. So this is not like my people. Again, this is surprising me. And again, it's a spa as it is in a dictionary. So it's going to be a relaxing place. A relaxing place is after operate like a work. So that means after 5, 6. So this is why I absolutely asked to apply to open to have operating hours up to.
Sir, could I interrupt? Could I interrupt? Do you host Botox parties?
Absolutely no. This is Stephen. I have no idea what is the idea about the Botox party. No, I don't do any Botox party. I don't do Botox first of all. Yes, I have.
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me, Chris. Yeah. Excuse me, Chris. Let me make a suggestion. I would suggest, I didn't think we had any issues with this application, so we didn't schedule a progress report, which we usually do for 90 days. Let me suggest that the board approve the hours till 8 p.m. and we schedule a progress report in 90 days. And that way, if there are any issues, with the hours of operation or the operation of the facility, they'll come back to the board for a progress report in 90 days based upon the operation, and those issues could be addressed at that time.
Good idea.
Mr. Chair, let me know when I can speak.
Go ahead, Daniel.
This is a matter of these online meetings. I'd like to try to close public comment at a certain point, just to allow us to have that dialogue and not have to, deal with the comments from the public while we're trying to deliberate. But
that was a request by a board member to bring the public back for.
No, I agree. No, I agree. So this building, if I recall correctly, we had an ordinance that tried several times to bring back the ability to do a commercial use. I believe the first time that ordinance failed. The second time it came back in a revised version that we did approve. So we know this is a highly residential area. This is the only commercial use on the street, and it's within a residential building. I'm not sure if the gentleman that is speaking is representing the association formally, or if he's actually, just on the board and just speaking as an individual. I'd be interested in that.
He said he filed a lobbyist disclosure form, Daniel.
Thank you for that clarification. So, I do think it's important to consider the hours of operation, for a spa, just doing it reduced may not be a bad consideration for fellow board members. I'm inclined to support a 6 p.m., maybe a 7 p.m. I think 8 p.m. as residents are coming home, they may not want that commercial use within their actual building. So I am sensitive to that and consider it. The operational plan shows 5 treatment rooms. I want to make sure that's revised to 4 treatment rooms. And then I'm not sure if there's a specific condition that clearly prohibits any medical use. I mean, the gentleman is a doctor. I would like to, just have it as clear as day, an additional condition that clearly identifies no medical uses. I understand the conditional use permit is clearly for a spa with no medical conditions, but I'm not familiar with these new types of spa treatments. It certainly feels clinical, and I can understand the concerns from the association. Thank you.
Excuse me, Daniel. I think one thing here is that Chris has been operating for a while. What are your hours of operation currently, if I can ask Chris?
Right now, it's up to 9 p.m. And again, it wasn't any traffic, any noise, any complaint, first of all. And just comment to the last comment. It's so I'm a medical doctor in Europe, but not here. So I don't have a license here. So I'm not going to be a doctor in the United States. I'm going to open like a branches of spa in the United States. One of them, it's it's in Miami Beach. So again, it's not going to be any medical treatments, just non-medical, just for massages and estheticians. And again, every treatment are at these criteria.
Thank you, Chris. So go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, Kareem, I want to add, we can add a condition to address Daniel's concern. I can add a condition: medical uses shall be prohibited to the conditions. Absolutely. But I do think that, having the hours till 8 p.m. with a progress report, typically the board does usually allow a little bit later hours. I don't think this is that late. And then the hours can be reviewed at the time of a progress report. So
I'm in support of that, Michael, but if any other board members have something that they want to say, let's give them the floor to do that, and then we can wrap this one up.
I agree with Michael. I think 8 p.m. is a reasonable experimental time to see if it's going to work out, and 90 days is not an inordinately long period of time. So why don't we just do that so we can move on? And also, I think we're perhaps exaggerating the import of this. So I think we should let him give it a try as it was thoughtfully suggested, and let's with that, I'd like to. I don't want to cut off any further discussions, but if any of the rest of the board agrees with me, we could. I could move it now.
Go ahead, David.
And vote. So I move that we adopt the resolution as proposed by Michael, and put it on the table.
Do we have a second?
So with Michael's revisions, that's part of your motion, David.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Been moved in a second. Michael called the vote.
And Michael,
Okay,
does
Mr.
that
Brett.
include your condition as to the hours?
yeah, so that would
Okay.
be, the hours will be as listed, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. The removal of the reference to medical anywhere in the operation plan, and an added condition: medical usage shall be prohibited, with our adding a condition for a 90-day progress report.
Great.
And the outdoor
Thank you.
speakers.
Right, and I'm sorry, and the condition modifying that only outdoor speakers for fire and life safety purposes shall be permitted.
Okay.
So, Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Vitia,
Yes.
Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Barano.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
All right, let's take, look, we have about, I guess we can do the Washington Avenue. I think we can get through that one. So PB 20-0343, let's bring that one forth. Washington Avenue Urban Retreat.
Okay, this is Planning Board file number 20-0343, 1234 Washington Avenue. This is an application requesting conditional use approval for a new 7-story mixed-use development exceeding 50,000 gross square feet. The board may remember on February 25th of this year, the planning approved a conditional use permit for an open-air entertainment establishment and neighborhood impact establishment for the subject site. It is important to know that when that application was filed, there was an error in the applicant's calculation for the gross square footage of the project, resulting in an undercounting of the square footage. As such, the applicant was allowed to file this application for the proposed conditional use permit for a project in excess of 50,000 gross square feet. This application requires the planning board to review the project for consistency with the criteria listed in section 118-192B of the city code, as outlined in our staff report. The applicant has also submitted an application to the Historic Preservation Board for a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of a contributing structure and the construction of a new mixed-use building. Additionally, the applicant is requesting the contributing status for a non-contributing building in the Flamingo Park Historic District. The proposal is to retain the existing 4-story building, demolish the single-story building, and construct a new 7-story mixed-use building that will contain 56 hotel rooms, 49 co-living units and suites, 2 micro retail bays, 2 restaurants, and 1 bar counter accessible from the internal plaza and the lobbies. The project includes 1 internal loading space and access to 3 on-street loading spaces. We'll also have 16 off-street parking spaces with valet service. The project remains largely the same as presented at the February Planning Board. This is before you because the criteria that I mentioned regarding the gross 50,000 square feet, the project must be reviewed with that criteria, and the Planning Board has to review this before the Historic Preservation Board can take an action on their application. We are recommending that the application be approved. There's been no substantial changes to the operating conditions that were reviewed and approved by the board back in February.
All right. With that, do we have a presentation on this one?
Yes.
Before Jackie starts, I just want to let everybody know that we will be stopping at 9:50 exactly. So wherever we are, we'll pause at that time for the preparations for the special city commission meeting. Thank you.
Michael Larkin, does that give you time to present, or would you rather start after?
No, I can go very quick.
Okay, I just want to swear in any members of the applicant's team before you all get started. So please state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. If anyone else from your team speaks, I'll swear them in before.
Okay, very good.
Okay, go ahead.
So, good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. As Michael went through the summary of the application, so I'll just note to you all that when you analyze an application under the 50,000 rule, it's guided by 11 criteria in the code. We are 100% consistent with 9 of the 11 and partially consistent with 2 of the 11. With regard to those latter 2, it's with the adoption of conditions of approval in the staff rec that we've become consistent, and we agree with these conditions. As the city CFO, John Woodruff, has told the city commission, it's very important that the city start diversifying its tax base away from hospitality-driven revenue sources to more mixed-use projects like this one. So we're bringing this before you today, and now I'm going to turn it over to Jackie Gonzalez-Tuzé because we have 9 minutes left. So Jackie, are you on?
And Jackie, please say whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth once you come on.
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Okay.
You're on.
Got it. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Well, in the interest of time, just to refresh those of you who were not on the board, first of all, good morning. Jackie Tuzé, Principal Tuzé Studio. The property is on Washington Avenue next to the historic post office building. I'm just going to take you really quickly through the design and then some of the things that did change, which I think are an improvement as a result of talking to the neighbors and addressing some of your comments on the first review. You can see that the existing building that is going to be is supposed to be torn down is the one on the corner, which is directly in front of the post office, and we're proposing to fully restore the 1961 building, which is not contributing, but we felt was incredibly important MIMO building on the site. This is the existing site plan, and this is the proposed. Major design move that we made early on was the idea of if we were going to remove a single-story building, the idea would be to improve the site from an urban perspective by creating a shady plaza and I'm going to show you the plan so you can see it in more detail, but you can see here, the intention was to add a lot of trees, which would bring down the ambient temperature and make this successful urban space. And trees, from a resiliency standpoint, work best when they work as a system. So in this case, what we were doing was aligning and kind of giving way to the view of the historic building on the corner, which was the post office, and the other one on the other side, which is our MIMO building that we're restoring. Our proposal is to fully restore the kidney-shaped MIMO pool and the little oasis that was around it, clean up some of the ADA issues we're having, and by bringing down the temperature of the street, making it a pleasant place for people to walk by, all of our activities and all of our uses were really focused on Washington Avenue and reinforcing the idea of this being an entertainment district. You can see the commercial uses are shaded in purple. Our hotel access, we purposely oriented, and this is our community access as well, towards Drexel Avenue side, but fully set back. In the existing condition is a full parking lot on the site. What we're proposing is to queue all of the guests. They go through a landscape border, and all of that queuing can happen on site. So for deliveries or for drop-offs, we try to take the load off the street and bring them internally into the site. After a lot of discussion with the neighbors, we talked about ways of controlling, making sure that all of the entertainment and the music and the sound was really focused towards Washington Avenue, and that's, I think, what we've been doing. I think this project in some ways is prescient because it really did focus on creating outdoor areas that would be viable, and micro retail, which, as we know, is something that retail is getting a beating. I think this size retail we thought would work well and would encourage neighborhood retailers to be able to afford these kinds of leases. So we have a restaurant that could serve the public and the hotel, as well as the residents. And then we have sort of a cafe bar that opens up to another space on the porch. We were celebrating the idea of having a porch in a way. We fully took advantage of the freeboard, and our porch is at 9, but is designed that in the future, if the sidewalk does get elevated, that the building, because it has the extra height, can also, that ground floor can be pushed up. And underneath that terrace, we were storing water and creating rainwater gardens that work as a system, again, to control water and to hold the water that our project generates on our own site, which is a big focus of the design. This is the early one, and I'm just going to point to 2 things that did change. On the Drexel Avenue, the comments that we got from the neighbors were in a little bit in tension with what the code requires. The code requires an active use on the Drexel side. The neighbors most certainly did not want their street and disturbed, and so we were trying to find what are the uses that would be active from the city's perspective, but still passive and quiet from the neighbor's perspective, and I'll show you what that turned out to be. This is just the typical plan. It shows you one arrangement in the existing MIMO building to the left, where we just propose different size tenancies. This is something that we're studying right now. It could be a single tenant, it could be multiple tenants. And then these are on the right in the yellow, shows you a typical co-living floor. And we have suites that are 275 facing the Washington Avenue. And then we have the co-living units are interesting because they have their own bathroom on suite, so they're not dormitory style. Everybody has their own bathroom, and that's part of the brief that we received from the client. And this is another floor of same different types of co-living. You'll notice we have the solar array on the MIMO building as we get to the roof, and then this is the hotel floor plan. The roof plan was something that you all had comments about, so I will also address them in the updated sheets. But you can see as well that passive uses are towards Drexel, active uses and speakers and everything else that we were talking about, the bar. The comments we received is make sure that all of that is directed towards Washington and away mitigate as much as possible the sound that might be coming from the roof, which is on the 8th floor, but still we want to make sure that doesn't impact. This is a typical unit. You can see, as I told you, all of the units have their own bathrooms. They're small and compact, but they do allow for, I think this is a better, if we're going to do co-living, especially nowadays, everyone certainly would want to have their own bathroom. And I think that this does address that need. And everyone also has their own washer dryer. They also have their own kitchen and living room. And they all have a balcony, which is even more important, again, nowadays. So this was where we were when we met with you. You can see that the design of the building really takes its cues from the MIMO building next door. The materiality of that copper was inspired by the copper roofs of the post office across the way. We're trying to do this is the first launch of this brand, and they really want to celebrate Miami Beach, and so did we. So it was sort of an evolution of Miami Beach architecture inspired by the materiality and the palette of these light aquas and these peaches and pinks. So we paid attention to the palette of the building next door, which has this beautiful keystone textured coral colored walls, and the post office to kind of draw our inspiration for the materiality. We're also developing our own brise soleil between units. The existing MIMO building has quite a beautiful one. It's a bold one. We thought we'd do ours in the color family of the aquas. And one of the comments we received is that although a lot of people like the gesture, that we were told by a few people, and we took it to heart when we met with Miami Beach Design Preservation League, that they wished that gesture wasn't quite so strong. So one of the things we did do from the time we met with you to now is we dropped the height, and I'll show you what that looks like. So Exhibit A is just showing you what's changed since we met. And on Drexel Avenue, you'll see we're proposing an outdoor conference room, which is really a seating area, which is shady on the Drexel Avenue side, where additional bike parking. And one of the things we thought about would be an amenity to the neighbors, as well as the residents and people that are using, that are staying here as guests, was the idea that there would be a solar charged area to charge your cell phone and access to fresh water. I was involved in another project that was about trying to get people to bike and run and use biking trails. And one of the things that we heard from many neighborhood groups was if they had access to fresh water and a place to take care of, just having clean, fresh and cool water, that would be a huge amenity. So we thought about it from that perspective, to create a green area, to create a passive space where you can meet with. And I think this is, again, given the COVID, we know that the virus is less likely to happen outdoors. So I think this is also a little bit prescient. But and then the idea that you could charge, if there's an event, that this would be a solar charged area where you could charge your cell phone, which, as many people know, is our lifeline nowadays in our modern lifestyle.
Excuse me, Jackie. Excuse me.
Am I done?
We have to pause now for the city commission meeting. So reminder to the planning board members and presenters, stay on the line, and we'll resume once the special city commission meeting ends.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
To the June 29th planning board meeting. We had a small intermission. We had to have the city commission and the mayor deliberate some very important business relative to the COVID environment in our community. And with that, we were in the middle of a presentation by the Urban. So without delay, we'd like to get back to it. But staff, do you need to make any announcements before we start?
No, I just would like to remind people to keep their presentation short, and hopefully the current presenter for 123 Washington Avenue should be wrapping up their presentation.
Okay, so Jacqueline, I think you were in the middle of talking about the charging stations at the area in the building. I don't know where you want to pick it up.
Yeah,
yes, and I was keeping time, and Jacqueline had 2 minutes left.
All righty.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Just to can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just to go quickly over the last couple things that I wanted to share with the board that have changed since the last time we presented. And again, a lot of this came from meeting with neighbors, presenting to the Miami Beach Design Preservation League, and trying to really be a good neighbor and listen to the input we got. I already mentioned the outdoor conference room and the charging station, and this is what it would look like. You see the water filling station, a bicycle desk on the number 1 on the left. Is the bicycle desk. Then there's an outdoor conference room and a charging station. And we determined that adding bicycle capacity and adding fresh water and access to charging would be neighborhood and community amenities that would be activating this facade without bringing a lot of unnecessary noise and nuisance to the neighborhood. This is a section of what that looks like. You can see that on top of the parking, there would be a solar charger and the furnishings and the shady trees to kind of create an environment where people would actually want to be in. And the second thing that was a big concern to the planning board was the pool deck and getting some more information about that. You can see the solid line represents the walls that we added to, again, create some more sound buffering. And from the get-go, it was the intention to get the active uses to kind of really open up to Washington Avenue. We are also providing additional materials for you guys to understand. You can start to see that we dropped the corner element that was previously as high as the shades, and I'll show you more what that looks like. But the way that this works here, you can see the corner has been dropped to kind of bring the scale of the building down. And we actually thought that this was an improvement to the design, and it hopefully addressed some of the concerns from a couple of the people that did have a concern about the height. And I actually think it's an improvement, so we're happy to do it. The retractable canopy, the details are on this drawing. You can see, I don't want to take too much more time, but the way that it functions is that it retracts towards the back, and there's a wall behind the bar again for sound. We clarified that the back terrace would be used for, this is probably the best image to show you what's going on. So you come
2
out of the
minutes are
high.
up.
I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but it's a passive use yoga in the back, and the active uses are oriented towards Washington Avenue. The zigzag hardscape reflects the location of the original building, the geometry that was once there, and you can see the shady plaza from this view as well. Happy
Perfect.
to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Before we open up to the public, I wanted to ask the board members if they have any ex parte disclosures to make on this application.
I have none.
None.
I don't have any.
None.
None.
This is Mark. None.
And I'm just scrolling through some additional materials so you guys have, these are further additional materials that were added to, so you can see what it looks like from Washington Avenue and from the street where Drexel Avenue is.
Perfect. Let's, I think we have one member of the team, Mr. Rishi Kapoor, who would like to speak on the item. So we'll give him, Nick, I guess, what are we giving, 2 or 3 minutes? 2 minutes, right?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kapoor.
Hello, board. I'm just, let's skip this video. I'm here just, I had my hand raised in case the questions need to be answered. So I'm just letting you know that I'm available.
Okay, perfect. So I don't have any other members from the public that have their hand raised to speak on the item. So we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on this item. And then we'll go to the board to have discussion. Anybody?
Yep. I have a
Go ahead, Mike.
For staff. David, you had your hand up before me. If you want to go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. I just have a few questions of Jackie. The building seems very art MIMO, very MIMO. It reminds me of some of the older hotels on Collins Avenue, like the Algiers and the some of that strip along 21st Street and close to Lincoln Road. It has a very pronounced 50s look. Is that the intention of the design, Jackie?
Well, yes, it was definitely inspired by the building that we chose to preserve and keep. And we wanted to make another building that took its cues from the materiality and the geometries of that building, but performance-wise and the way that it functions is very much of its time. So we were taking some cues. We're aware that as resiliency comes up to be a bigger issue, that we have some obligation to maintain the character of Miami Beach. And so in this project, it was even more important if we're going to take something down to try to respond to the scale and materiality and to let that inspiration kind of infuse the design. So it was a conscious decision to play off of that other building.
Did you have any other alternative designs that you had explored?
The design evolved over time, but it was always our intention to do a corner building that kind of played bookend with the other one. So it started off a little taller and more aggressive. I think what we've been doing over time is scaling it down, and making sure that we did not overwhelm the post office next door as much to the extent possible while still meeting the programmatic requirements of the client. It's a fine line. We weren't trying to do a MIMO building, but definitely the inspiration for the project was looking at the history of Miami Beach and what was immediately adjacent to us. So it is a contextual modern building. It does try to fit in with what's next to it because we were keeping and restoring that.
The green facade which you dropped. What are the materials in that?
So that is an actual copper panel facade, and the idea is that it's going to be pre-patinated, so it's already going to come in with that green color. And we love to use materials. One of the things that it makes it 21st century as opposed to MIMO is that we're not relying on paint. We're actually using the material to give us the color. So, and we love that color and we love the materiality of the post office. So we thought we'd actually bring that actual material to be a facade material. So that's the cladding for that.
And the eyebrows or the terraces seem to have a very MIMO look to it, to me anyway. Maybe Nick has something to say on that, but it seems pretty nice. I greatly respect your work. So thank you.
Thank you.
I will just echo David's comments. I think it's lovely. I think it is like old Miami Beach. I appreciate that you tried to, that you keyed off of the building that even though non-contributing certainly is worthy of holding on to. And I only have one question. It's really for staff. You know, we had 2 meetings on this, I think, earlier this year, or I don't remember exactly when. It's been so long now, but we had 2 meetings. We hit so many issues. While I like what Jackie said, I guess I'm just asking if there's anything staff has flagged that's different from what we kind of all agreed on in those earlier meetings that we should be aware
of. Thanks, Michael. So just as Jackie had mentioned, the only difference is some design modifications they've made on the backside on Euclid to address concerns of the use in the neighborhood. All the issues regarding the sound attenuation, the acoustic issues, those were all addressed when the planning board reviewed this and approved the entertainment component and the uses in February. So this is really, they're before you today because the project is over 50,000 square feet. Some additional things that the board takes a look at, the criteria, the mass and scale of the project, the acoustic impacts, which were already reviewed, mass deliveries of merchandise, which doesn't really apply to this project. That's geared more towards like a large retail center. So it's a code requirement. There's separate criteria for projects over 50,000 square feet. Staff reviewed the project, in a collective manner when it went to the board in February, but because of the code requirement, they're back before you today for the final approval of the project. And with this, they can proceed to the Historic Preservation Board, who will review the overall design of the project.
Okay, so they really are responding to our previous comments and neighborhood comments, and Jacqueline summarized what those are at this point.
Correct, and no substantial changes, if at all, to the conditions of approval from the prior application.
All right, well, keep going, guys. I love it.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah. I also have a quick question. I think it looks beautiful. It's great, nice project. But for staff, so just to understand, because there was a blip in the square footage tabulation, that's why we're hearing this again, or we were always going to hear this again?
No, the issue is we advertised it for the entertainment component and neighborhood impact establishment. When that application was submitted, initially we had asked them to also submit an application for over 50,000 square feet, but they made a miscalculation in their square footages, and they showed that they were under. We verified that square footage after their application was initially submitted. We gave them the chance to either continue the entire application to come forward at once, or to go forward with the entertainment component and then proceed with the application today for the greater than 50,000 square feet component. But really, all the substantive operational conditions were discussed at length, including by the neighbors, who were also made aware of this meeting today, but advised there's no changes to the operation plan that was approved by the board in February.
Okay.
All right. So are we? I don't have anything for it. I think I understand the changes that were made to this. Well, not changes, but the inclusion of the requirement for the conditional use permit. It's a consolidated CUP. So it's just adding, and there was a date added or something later in the CUP to specify exactly when the 18 months starts. So with that, I don't have anything else unless another member from the board, we can move it.
I'm happy to move it. I'm happy to move it. So
second.
Who was the second?
Me.
David.
Okay, motion by Mr. Barano, seconded by Mr. Weeder. Now do the roll call. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpe?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, awesome. Congratulations, Jacqueline and your team. All right, let's take up the next item, which will be Planning Board item PB 20-0346. This is this Star Island lot split.
Thank you. And this is for 10 Star Island Drive. This is an application for modifications to a previously approved lot split approval to divide the site comprised of 3 platted lots into 3 individual buildable parcels. Specifically, the applicant is requesting modifications to the conditions of approval for Lot 10 to modify the conditions prohibiting variances. The board may remember that when this was approved, it was approved with a combined site of a single owner who received approval to divide the property along the platted lot lines into 3 separate parcels. As part of that approval, the following condition was placed in the final order, which is condition B1H, which reads variances shall be prohibited for any construction on each of the lots. Typically, when lot splits have been approved in the past, the planning board has imposed a condition prohibiting variances associated with the construction of any new home. Since the approval of the lot split, lot 10 was sold, and the current owner is requesting a modification to the conditions of approval in order to allow the processing of an application to the design review board with variances. The variance request is tailored and specific to allow a home with an understory clearance in excess of 7 foot 6 inches in height. The code does require that. There are 2 provisions under which a home with an understory can be approved. One, which is more administrative, which requires a maximum ground floor clearance of 7 foot 6 inches, and the other, which is one that requires approval by the design review board, and that has a bunch of other requirements, but it does not have that 7 foot 6 inch height limitation. Now, this site is unique in that because it's the subject of a lot split, regardless, it does require the design review board to approve the application for design review. Staff has no objection to the requested modification, as would only allow the applicant to file the application or proceed with their application for the requested variance. The design review board has the final authority to review the hardship criteria and practical difficulties, as well as design implications associated with the variance request, and staff recommends that the application be approved.
So, Michael, I just have an initial question. So we split the lots into 3 lots, said that there could be no variance. Then one of the 3 is transferred of ownership, and then that's the mechanism by which a variance is being allowed. Or
that's correct. That's correct. Sometimes the board or the property owner has a design of the new homes in place or in thought when they make the application for lot split. In this case, because it was a new owner, they didn't have the design, and typically the board in the past has said that unless the board can see the design, they don't feel inclined to just have a blanket allowance for an applicant to proceed to the design review board and request variances. So with this application,
we do that, Michael? When did we do that?
The lot split?
Yeah. When did we see it? Was it last year?
Let me just look. It was last year. Yeah. The lot split was approved on just about a year ago on June 25th of 2019.
I have some vague recollection of it. Yeah.
And I believe the applicants here, but their team is ready for a brief presentation.
Okay, who is that is that Matt that's gonna do it?
Yes, good afternoon. Matthew Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Star West Property LLC. We have a great quarantine on. If Paul Fishman can be brought in, Ralph Choaf is unable to join us today, but Paul Fishman from Choaf Levy Fishman should be on and available, I think, just to answer questions. Basically, I think Michael Belush has laid it out very well. Thank you. The lot split last year was done by the owner of the 3 lots, and as is required for a lot split, you do provide at least a massing of the homes that could result on those 3 separate lots. And part of that is to identify, what, if any, restrictions on the sizes of the homes would result. And in that analysis last year, It was a means of just trying to show what type of homes could be built on those properties, but was not a guarantee that those would be the specific homes built on those properties. And the order, as approved last year, specifically allows for the full lot coverage and unit size, but then does, as is somewhat typical, just provide a blanket prohibition on asking for variances. So here we are, a year later, the one lot, the south lot, has been transferred to a new owner and has been working very well with Ralph Choif and Paul Fishman to design a really beautiful home and to meet their family's needs. And, you know, when you go through that design process, it's much more in-depth than what happens during that sort of massing plan that goes with these lot split approvals. And so in order to address, you know, they are raising the home to address the stormwater issues with freeboard, and they're going to have a lot, basically just a central part of the home is the understory to allow for a parking area. And they're not adding any height to the home. They're actually going to depress that area in the understory to make it from 7 foot 6 inches to 10 foot 6 inches. And that just gives them a better flexibility and use of that. And they have a civil engineer who actually is on the line if we needed to have them answer any questions, that can show that just this partial understory is really helpful with other areas being filled under the home to help water with percolation and stormwater drainage and management on the property. So basically, we're just asking you for the opportunity to go to the design review board to ask them for this variance as we take the full home for design review approval. So we're not asking you to approve the variance, so that happens at design review board. Since we have a very specific design for the home that does trigger a variance, we're coming here to basically just have that availability, the opportunity to ask for the variance to the design review board. And just to let you know, we do have a companion DRB application. It would go before the DRB July 7th. And I have some plans if you wanted to go quickly over them. I can share my screen real quick here. So we're only talking about changing the order for the south lot, right? The two in yellow and the one in red were the ones that we that basically were part of this lot split, becoming 3 individual lots last year. And we're only seeking to allow for variance for the one that we're bringing forward to the design review for the variance request. The property is currently vacant. There's actually an existing home to the south that we have heard is going to be developed with a new home as well. The architects have come to design a really nice sort of three structures that are low at the front by the street, a middle slightly higher, and then the main residence is pushed back further away. And they have these beautiful arches connecting each of these sets of buildings with courtyards, open spaces in between. And very quickly, just to show you, here's our site plan. The street is over here on the right. These are 2 shorter structures, the middle 2 structures, and then the main residence here. This is the understory area that we're talking about that will be depressed by 3 more feet in order to allow for good height in there. This dark area is where they have additional fill that helps with stormwater management, in part because this area is a little bit lower. And this yellow area here under the center part of the property, this actually indicates the area we're looking for the variance itself. And again, it's just to allow for higher height in that understory area. And it's a really beautiful design project that we'll bring to the design review board to get their approval. And we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Awesome, Matt. Thank you very much. I think Nick has a question.
Yeah, maybe I have a quick question for Matt and then a question for staff. So if you go back to the plan, it states this area is to be used for parking. Is that correct? Could you show us how parking is accessed in this understory area?
Sure. There's a central driveway from the street. You come in through a gate by the first 2 buildings, and then you either go around on the south to enter, or on the north, or basically you can circulate through in order to leave the same way.
It's meant to circulate.
And I saw like you had your client dimensioned in the section. Is this a tall client? Is it? I mean, I'll just say one thing. Yeah.
Well,
go ahead, Paul, if you want to answer that.
Yeah, I want to jump. Yeah, I'd like to jump in. Paul Fishman, Shoaib Levy Fishman, 8425 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami.
Paul, sorry, I gotta swear you in first. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do as well.
So to speak further about we'll talk about the upper section, just because what that does is our client is actually 6 foot 9 inches barefoot. So what we did is we thought it prudent to show you how he would actually be able to fit in that space. So that is the actual height of the property owner, and so what we're showing below that is what we're requesting, which provides, as you can see, provides a much more realistic head clearance to allow us to put, MEP systems, waterproofing, insulation, whatever we need to do under there to make it a functional, code compliant parking area.
Okay. Yeah, and I would say, I'm in favor of utilizing the understory of buildings, and I wish it were more streamlined in terms of, at least you can do this now. Because now we can be able to do this. But, I wish you didn't have to go to a public board to get approved to do this. But I wish also, it seems like you could park in 7.5 feet if it's just used for parking. Otherwise, I wish you could activate the space to for other use, not just passive circulation. And a question to staff: if we do a lot split, I guess there wasn't a home designed for the property that was being split when we approved it. Is it generally like if that is transferred, that prohibition on being able to see waivers and variances sticks with the property in perpetuity, or is it expire at a certain point?
No, it would stick with the property. It would stay with the property.
All right. I'll just say, I'll let others ask questions, but I'll just say I generally have supported the idea that there's not a hardship when you do a lot split because you're freeing up and making things flexible. At the same time, I support opening up the understory of buildings and being able to use that. That's an area, it helps with resiliency. And it just seems an inconvenience to force someone, especially a tall person, to use a lower ceiling under that space when you could open it up, when you're not exceeding the maximum height allowed anyway. So generally I like things like that, but I'm curious to think what the rest of the board has to say.
And Nick, just to let you know, we are reworking this section of the code with proposed modifications to the single family regulations that'll hopefully be coming forward to you to combine this section and remove the requirement for DRB approval to do it at staff level. However, in this instance, regardless, it would require the DRB approval because this home is a subject of a lot split. But they just wouldn't have to go through this extra step with the variance.
All right, I'm happy to hear that.
All right, do we have any other comments on this one? Let me see if we have anybody from the public really quickly. We don't have anyone from the public wanting to speak on this item, so we're going to close the opportunity to speak from the public. And at this time, David, go ahead.
Okay, it was on mute and I didn't realize it. Sorry. I just had a couple of questions about this depressing of the under part of the house. Is that depression below floodplain?
Is it below? It's at the lowest. It's at our lowest floor right now. So it's at essentially the street elevation.
So you mean the floor will be at street elevation, so it's above the it's high enough, it's elevated enough so to compensate for flooding?
Well, it is in a low area, but we've designed a full lift station and sump pump system to accept that. So we've actually engineered it so that this small parking area, like with multifamily buildings that are below flood elevation, that we deal with it through civil systems and pump stations.
Yeah. Do you have to use waterproofing materials to make it kind of like a bathtub to keep it watertight?
Correct. So what we do is we address that both in the concrete admixture as well as in the waterproofing specifications. And so once you go below flood elevation, your waterproofing specifications change, similar to stuff like bentonite and more traditional below grade waterproofing systems.
I see.
Paul, let me ask, is it actually a question? Could you show the long section through the property? My understanding was it was just up on the sides, but that's more or less in line with grade of the street, correct?
So can you maybe scroll up a little bit, Matt? Correct. Our Crowner Road is 5.31.
And you're a little less than that. You're like
so we're about 1 feet. We're about 1.5 feet below that. And again, this is actually part of our drainage design. We have the rear portion of the site elevated and treated with exfiltration trenches. That way, it can retain a lot more of the actual stormwater and burden the city system less. So hence we're splitting it. On the front side, we're going to be using a lower system that again allows for resiliency and lessens the burden on the city's storm sewer.
Just as a point of curiosity, was there what occupied these 3 lots prior to the split? Was there a historic home there?
I'm not sure. When I got this project, it was an empty lot, 10 Star. So maybe Matt could speak on that.
It's been vacant for many, many years. I'm not exactly sure when demolition occurred and what was the age of that structure at the time. Maybe Michael Belush actually has some of that information, but it's been vacant for many years.
So I'm just going to speak for 1 second. Historically, I'm the guy that gets offended when people are asking for more when in the context of lot splits, because historically the Lot Split Act was meant to give us an opportunity to get less. So I just want to be consistent here, so my amendment to that position is that this is a platted lot on Star Island, that the remaining lot is going to be, I'm assuming, is 100 by 400 like every other lot on Star Island. So we're really...
Mark, we lost you. You muted yourself.
Yeah.
Mark, you're on mute.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry about that. So the original, developer, when they platted these lots, they were mostly 100 by 200. 100 by 400. So by giving a split here, we're not really doing anything. It's not like we're splitting it 100-foot lot that's into 50. Here, we're just sort of going back to the original platted lot. So, I just want to put on the record as I'm being consistent in my position here, because we're not splitting the lot into something that it maybe wasn't originally meant to be. Here, we're just going back to the original platted lot. And with that, I'd be in favor of. I don't know if anyone wants to talk more about it, but I'm prepared to move this forward with a favorable approve the application.
All right, you want to go ahead and move it, Mark?
Yeah, I move it.
You have a second?
Second.
Mike, we want to call the roll.
Okay, this motion was made by Mr. Milan, seconded by Mr. Jelpi. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weider?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
You got it, Matt.
Paul, it's an interesting design, Paul.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, really cool. You guys do great work. You and Ralph do beautiful work.
Thank you so much, Mark. We appreciate hearing that.
Yeah.
All right, let's, I agree with that, Mark, by the way. Let's move to planning board item 20-0345, 1200 Ocean Drive, Pintako.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an application requesting conditional use permit to add outdoor/open air entertainment to the existing restaurant operation. The restaurant is currently operating as an alcoholic beverage establishment and dance hall with indoor entertainment, which is allowed by city code and does not require a conditional use permit, provided that the occupancy load is less than 199. The restaurant is located on the ground floor of a 3-story building at the corner of Ocean Drive and 12th Street, formerly occupied by Palace Bar. There is currently a sliding glass storefront along the majority of the east-facing elevation of the restaurant. Operating with any kind of entertainment within the interior with the sliding glass doors open would be defined as open-air entertainment and requires a conditional use permit from the planning board, and the applicant is requesting approval for such. The proposal includes the addition of outdoor speakers on the patio area that faces Ocean Drive, with the volume of the speakers limited to ambient background music as required by the city code. The city code allows the placement of outdoor speakers within 20 feet of the property facing Ocean Drive or a side street if such speakers are played at an ambient level. All deliveries will be made from Ocean Court and from the approved loading zone along 12th Street. A sound study was prepared by Acoustic Sonic Incorporated, which was reviewed by the peer reviewer Arpeggio Acoustic Consulting LLC. Staff is recommending approval, provided that an on-site analysis be performed with city staff prior to the issuance of the BTR for the expanded operation in order to ensure that sound levels along the abutting sidewalks do not exceed a level that would interfere with normal conversation. Should the applicant desire to increase the sound levels on the interior beyond a point that would comply with this condition, the sliding doors could be closed. Security and crowd control measures are noted in the staff report. Staff is recommending that the application be approved. Just to note that based upon if our conditions are adopted, based upon those conditions, when you're walking along the abutting sidewalk, at no time, even with the doors open, would the noise be above a level that would interfere with normal conversation. So we do believe that, with that condition, there's appropriate controls in place, and we are recommending the application be approved.
All right, do we have a presentation on this one?
Yes. Hi, my name is Ian Bachekov with Ackerman LLP in 98 Southeast 7th Street, Miami, Florida, here on behalf of the applicant, PT Opco LLC, doing business as Pintako Restaurant. I do have a presentation if it can be pulled up. Thank you very much. What we're requesting here, as Mr. Belush had mentioned, is a request for conditional use permit to add limited outdoor open-air entertainment, which is planning board's code word for being able to put an exterior speaker system at the restaurant. If we can go to the next slide, please. As you can see, we are in a building at 1200 Ocean Drive. We are located on the entire first floor of the building with an outdoor patio terrace and sidewalk cafe facing east towards Loomis Park. To the north, we have the Tides Hotel, which is currently under construction renovation and is closed. And to the south, we have 12th Street. Across 12th Street, we have the Hotel Victor, which also has the Sugar Factory restaurant and sidewalk cafe in front of it. Next slide, please. Here is a picture of what the restaurant currently looks like. The terrace is a small area about the same size as the current existing sidewalk cafe. The sidewalk cafe is actually expanded now due to the special event permitting for the pandemic, allowing exterior seating. And once that's over, the current sidewalk cafe approval actually has 2 rows of tables and chairs. So 1 additional row of tables and chairs from what you actually see there in that picture. Next slide, please. Here are some pictures of the interior of the restaurant, and as well as a copy of the menu. As you can see, we have a full menu. This is a Mexican restaurant, first and foremost. As a matter of fact, I think the menu was so big it almost didn't even fit on the slide. And as you can also see, although we have a current existing use for the interior dance hall entertainment, there is no dance floor. It is all tables and chairs on the interior. We don't act as a nightclub. The middle of the venue is the bar for bar seating where full food is served. And it's all just tables and chairs all the way throughout. Next slide, please. And just to articulate the specific request to allow amplified ambient background music consistent with the requirements of the city code and neighborhood context at the exterior of the restaurant, which is the patio and outdoor dining area, which was the picture previously on the prior slide, simply to enhance the patron's outdoor dining experience so that when people are sitting eating outside, they can hear the same music that people sitting inside can hear, of course, subject to the ambient level limits. Next slide, please. So that you can see, here is the floor plan showing all the seats once they're going to be fully set up, hopefully come September or October, after we're permitted to open up back to normal. Hopefully the pandemic will subside by then. And if you notice here, there are 4 red highlighted rectangles. Those are essentially the placement of the speakers for the exterior, which are going to be small directional speakers that face towards that outdoor patio dining area on the terrace, as well as the sidewalk cafe. And that is simply all that this application is really asking to be approved. As it's been mentioned, we already have the approvals for the interior. We've been operating since January without a single noise violation. And these speakers are not meant to create a party or to create true entertainment in the sense of entertainers and people walking around in costume. This is merely meant to allow the people sitting outside of the restaurant to hear the music that's playing for the restaurant patrons. Next slide, please. And we did have a sound engineer prepare a report which confirmed what the maximum limits would be to ensure that the sound was limited to those outdoor areas. That was peer reviewed by the city's sound engineer, who also specifically stated what conditions they saw fit to specifically ensure that the music is limited to that area and does not become a nuisance to the neighbors. And I will mention, I did see an additional sound engineer report from the Hotel Victor, who hired their own sound engineer. And what I'd like to add is with regard to the conditions set forth in the proposed order, as far as the music and the volume is concerned, we're completely acceptable to all of those conditions to ensure compliance with all of the criteria set forth in the code to ensure that this does not become a nuisance to the neighbors. With that, I will mention one thing. If we look at the proposed planning board order, there were really 2 items in there that I wanted to raise and ask if they could be considered. The first one is with regard to the sound system itself. There are actually 3 separate conditions that all seem to just kind of be repetitive and almost to the extent maybe 1 or 2 of them may be unnecessary. Specifically, after, if we get this approval, a sound field test will have to be performed with staff present to demonstrate the audio levels are where they need to be to ensure that they don't interfere with normal conversation. We're absolutely fine with that and agree that that makes perfect sense as a condition in this regard. However, there are 2 additional requirements. So that requirement for the sound test was 3A sub 4. In 3A sub 5, planning staff is also asking after 60 days of opening to do another sound test with the sound engineer. We believe that might be redundant and unnecessary to the extent if they've already approved the volume levels when they were there on site, when it was set up. It seems unnecessary to do another sound test since we've already had essentially 3 sound engineers involved in this. And then on top of that, in the very first condition, it says they would like us to come back for a 90-day progress report. So, assuming anything comes up, if there are any violations or complaints, to be back in 30 days. So it seemed excessive to us to require them to come out, then to have a sound engineer come back again 2 months later, and then come back to the planning board again 3 months later. I would ask, if there are no violations, if there are no objections, that maybe the progress report is unnecessary unless the planning board or staff, deems it necessary after the approval to call us back for a progress report. And then with regard to to having to come back and have a sound engineer come back out and do another sound test after 60 days, again, we'd ask for that one to be reconsidered and or stricken unless there's an absolute reason. If there's any sort of objection or complaint, it seems like an excessive, unnecessary condition, especially with all the requirements that need to be kept to stay in compliance. And then the only other item I would ask you to take a look at in the conditions, item number 4, the planning staff is asking us to provide a transportation demand management plan to the transportation department for review and approval before we could get our business tax receipt. We are not sure why that's in there. This place has been operating since January without any issues. It's on Ocean Drive. We don't expect the addition of these 4 small speakers providing ambient level music to make any difference whatsoever to the transportation and the traffic at the site. So we would ask to strike that as unnecessary. Other than that, we are fully okay accepting all the other conditions, and thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ian. Let's see if board members, let's hear from Mitch Novick first.
Mr. Chair, before we hear from the public, I wanted to ask the board if anyone has any ex parte disclosures to make.
Kareem, I have none.
I have none.
None.
None from me. 0.
None from me.
Same here.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess if Mitch is our first member of the public up, Mitch, do you affirm the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you now.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mitch. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Kareem. Yes, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. I have lived in what had become the MXC Entertainment District since '88. I had arrived before the opening of the Clevelander Bar. I will assert that it is the underlying zoning which has been disastrous to the entertainment district. You may all be aware of what transpired since the lockdown has been relieved to some degree. However, my relief quickly went out the window. I have witnessed fights. I've posted videos this week of just absolute chaos, and they're all over social media. I attribute it entirely to open air entertainment, speakers, the Pink Taco. I have videos of them blasting their music. I'm happy to provide that to this board. Again, it's the noise which fuels the carnival-like crime-ridden circus on the street. The mayor and commission discussed the zoning today to possibly address the incompatibility and problematic nature of it. And I would urge you to reject this outright. If not, I would urge you to continue it until after the commission decides how they're going to address the problems that myself, residents, and visitors have been experiencing in the chaotic entertainment district for years and years. And I just want to add, the city manager issued a LTC on May 22nd, which shows that residents or taxpayers are servicing this area to a net loss of several millions of dollars each and every year. There's no
2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Jesse, are you speaking on this item?
Yes, if asked to do so.
Okay, so we'll hold tight. We got Kent Robbins to speak on the issue.
Oh, it's Kent Harrison Robbins. I was hoping I'd be seen on the screen too. I guess I have to share. How do I do that so I can share the screen? I don't understand why I'm not being seen there. Okay,
we can hear you, so go ahead.
Okay,
go right ahead.
Fine. Hi, I represent the Victor Hotel and the owners of the Victor Hotel. We're immediately across the street. We have some significant concerns, such concerns that we have hired a noise expert to review the report and the peer report that was submitted. And the expert will be testifying, Arno Bamo. But just quickly, there is a dance hall within the establishment that's approved and operating now. What we are concerned about is the front door will be open to the front porch, allowing the activity and sound from the inside to flow to the porch, sidewalks, and adjacent properties. The sound of music from the inside and the speakers on the outside, in combination with the loud conversation of persons dining on the porch and on the sidewalk and other activities triggered by the music, will adversely impact the neighbors and disturb the guests at the Victor Hotel and when the Tides Hotel opens up. We are concerned about the impact on our neighborhood. We will go into the specifics, but we are concerned that the dB levels that are specified under the sound report by the applicant of up to 70 on the outside is 10 times greater than what should be permitted. 60 dB, 58 to 60 dB should be the max, but they're proposing as much as 70 dB. That should not be acceptable. That should not be allowed. As to the proposed order, it says any performances, including a DJ, shall be strictly prohibited directly on the outdoor porch and on the sidewalk cafe area in front of the building. We suggested that language is problematic under the expressio unius est exclusive ulterius. As we know, this order is going to be strictly construed against the city and in favor of the property owner. That's the law. So including, it should say, including prohibiting a DJ, it should say including but not limited to a DJ. So it's very clear that no entertainment whatsoever. In fact, we suggest the following language.
2 minutes are up, Ken. Would you like to request additional time?
Mr. Robbins, we're going to give you 1 minute and you got to wrap it up.
Okay. It says, all performances shall be, should say, all performances shall be strictly prohibited outside. DJs are only permitted on the inside and shall be located where they cannot be readily seen from the outside when the doors are open. Section 3A, 4, and 5 should specify that the sound field test and the test performed by the qualified acoustical professional should follow the standards recommended by the peer study, and that the dB sound level should not exceed 55 dB when all music is playing. Additionally, the sound control systems, both inside and outside, should be integrated so that the combined sound will be limited and locked so that the combined sound will not exceed 55 dB when tested at the sidewalk immediately adjacent to the property of the applicant. At this point, I'd like to call Mr. Arno Bamo to testify.
Well, one second. Nick, is there anything you have to do?
I need to swear, I need to swear in Mr. Robbins as expert.
Okay, go ahead.
So please say whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, so I'll set the timer at 2 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. My name is Arnold Ballmer. I graduated from MIT in 1982. I'm an acoustical consultant, and I am board certified by the Institute of Noise Control Engineering. I've done this kind of testimony work on other cases involving music and community. I reviewed the Acoustic Sonics report for Pink Taco and other documents. Their only noise control proposal is the limiter, limiting outdoor speakers to 70 dBA. At this level, the sounds will interfere with normal conversations on sidewalks. It's more than 10 dBA higher than the levels of normal conversation that were presented in the city's own peer review report by Arpeggio. They talked about 55 to 58 being normal levels of speech. With music louder than normal speech, people will raise their voices to be heard on the patio and also on the adjacent sidewalks. Also, the most common community noise complaints are usually dealing with low frequency based sounds. These kind of sounds spread out in all directions and can penetrate walls and windows. As recommended by the city's peer review, a DBC limit is better than a DBA limit because it includes the low frequency sounds. So I agree with the peer review that that's more important. Also, there is no methods proposed for limiting sound from the speakers that are inside Pink Taco from spilling outdoors and out of the windows. So that can be a problem if you're only limiting the outdoor speakers. Acoustic-Sonics report has no calculations of noise at inside the Victor Hotel or the Tides Hotel. They only calculate in one apartment above the Pink Taco, so that needs to be addressed. So my recommendations would be having the sound system limit sound levels to normal voice levels and to have a DBC limit, not DBA. So something like 58 DBC at the sidewalk instead of the 70 DBA that they're proposing. And that also they have the system so that it'll limit sounds from inside speakers, not just the outside speakers. And also that they make sure their analysis has sufficient controls on sounds that are affecting the adjacent hotels, not just. 2 minutes are out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ballmer. With that, let me just see if we have anybody else from the public, and then we'll. Okay, seeing no one else from the public to speak on the item, we're going to close the opportunity to speak from the public and then open it up to board members. Ian, go ahead if you want to say something.
If I may respond just briefly, I think we may be comparing some apples to oranges here because, you know, we keep talking about DBA and DBC limits. My understanding is code enforcement officers don't carry decibel readers. It's all subjective. If it sounds like it's interfering, it's interfering. And we are absolutely agreeing to those conditions so that it does not, the maximum levels do not interfere with normal conversation. So that should in fact be addressed when it's initially set up and the limit is set while staff is there present to ensure that that is the case. And then on top of that, we are merely asking for what just about every other, if not every other restaurant on Ocean Drive has the outdoor speakers, and it's, you know, the ability to compete with everyone else. I'm pretty sure even the Sugar Factory at the Victor has outdoor speakers as well. So, you know, it seems a bit much. And frankly, when we were applying, we did community outreach. We spoke with the Ocean Drive Association, attended a board meeting with them to explain what we were doing and what was going on. We didn't hear any objections during that meeting. And frankly, nobody from the Victor reached out to us to let them know that they were going to be objecting, even though we specifically asked all the neighbors, you know, is this going to be an issue when we were, you know, getting ready to bring our application before the board. So, you know, everybody coming in and trying to blindside us with opposition when we are in fact really have been a good neighbor, trying to be a good neighbor. It's unfortunate, but we merely wish to simply have that ambient level music that won't interfere with normal conversation. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Ian. Michael, do you want to just, before we even get started, just clarify so that for the benefit of the public as
Sure.
well as anybody, what that noise ordinance, how it works?
Sure. Let me clarify. As Ian had stated, we don't use decibel levels here. That's why the standard is, you know, a level that interferes with normal conversation. Now, of course, as part of our sound field testing, once we get those out in the field, we will have the speakers inside and outdoors, you know, testing out. Of course, there will be decibel levels that will be tested at that time. They can be set at that level, but we can't have a decibel level and measurement for the sidewalk. We don't, if somebody's measuring the decibel levels, we don't know if the sound is coming from inside the establishment, from the street. So that's why we use the standard of, you know, interfering with normal conversation. So we do think that, you know, with those protections in place, and also just to summarize and address some concerns that Ian mentioned, the field testing or the sound report that's to be submitted, that can be done at the same time that staff is out there on site. So that report will be submitted as a result of that field test. And that's something that will be presented to the planning board at the time of the progress report. So I do think we need to have the progress report, but that testing will be done with staff and the report will be submitted afterwards. I think that's all I have to say for now.
Okay. Board members, Daniel?
Yeah, I just have a question for staff. I believe there's another CUP already approved for this location. Is that still going to be active and this is a secondary CUP?
No, that CUP is not active for this location, and that's been abandoned. That's not. This would be the only CUP, if it's approved, active for this location.
So they're not asking for indoor entertainment as part of this CUP, or they are?
They don't have to. They already have indoor entertainment.
So they have indoor entertainment, but it's not under a CUP.
Correct.
When we heard this maybe about a year or two ago. This is a completely separate CUP now. It has no relationship to what we heard before in front of us, but it's the same operator.
No. This is the Palace occupied the site previously. This is a completely different establishment, Pink Taco. So it's completely divorced and separate. There's no sharing or any sort of interest financially in the application. It's my understanding it's completely a separate entity.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Go for it.
Yeah, so I have 2 or 3 kind of clarification questions, and that was actually one of them. I don't recall, I've been on the board now 2.5 years, I don't recall a CUP, and that there is no CUP in place for this operator. Am I correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. All right. So, and so I guess why are we not looking at I know the applicant has made a specific request, but why are we not looking at it more comprehensively if we're issuing a CUP? Why are we not looking at the gentleman before mentioned the interior, you know, how loud the music is being played inside, and why are we not looking at it more comprehensively like we would a full CUP application and only looking at this one aspect of it?
I think we are, based upon the conditions. Okay. The condition is that the music outdoors at the sidewalk level, regardless of whether the speakers are within 20 feet or from further back, regardless of that condition, they have to comply with the requirement that the audio cannot interfere with normal conversation at the sidewalk level. Okay.
So one of the first things I remember when I got on the planning board, I think we dealt with Il Giardino asking for an outdoor ambient level sound out on the sidewalk and in their little courtyard there. And so this makes me wonder, how prevalent is that, on Ocean Drive? And, does this operator need these extra speakers in order to kind of be on a level playing field with all the other folks out there? I know there's a tendency, I understand what Mr. Novick always says about the one-upsmanship and all of that. But I think we have to look at it, from my perspective anyway, as though they will comply, So does everyone have the ability that has a sidewalk cafe permit, or is it overwhelming the number of folks who have sidewalk cafe permits who also play ambient music on the sidewalk? That's my question. I'm sorry I made a long question out of it.
Well, just to go back, so if somebody's just playing ambient music outdoors, that does not require a CUP. The issue here is that, with the doors open, the music outdoors, immediately adjacent to the establishment, can be above normal conversation level at the level of the doors with a CUP. Now, even at an ambient level, if they have a DJ inside with the doors open, that would be considered outdoor or open air entertainment. So this allows them to have a DJ on the inside with the doors open, even playing at an ambient level, because that is considered entertainment. That's part of the reason why they're before you're here today.
And is there approval indoors right now, ambient, or is it?
No, they have indoors. The level of the inside music is not limited. as long as
So,
it's
so
indoors.
if we allow this, allow them to open up the doors, then they're just, logically that a lot of that sound's gonna end up on the sidewalk and in the street, right? So it's gonna be much louder at that location than it is right now.
Well, they're going to have to, if the music inside is too loud, they're gonna have to lower the music with the doors open so that it does not exceed the level that it interferes with normal conversation.
But that will all be dictated by the sound study?
It's a condition in the report, and it will be field tested with staff and the applicant, as well as code compliance on site for the field inspection. Now we feel, the board has approved other entertainment establishments, not limiting the entertainment at the sidewalk. The application we have for the Fairwind at 1000 Collins, the board did not place that limitation on the entertainment at the sidewalk. They placed the limitation on 100 foot from the property. So these conditions here would be much more strict compared to what the board approved for the Fairwind at 1000 Collins Avenue.
And can someone clarify for me also, is 1200, is this corner location within the what's kind of loosely known as the cabaret zone? Is it inside it or just outside of this cabaret zone?
No, it's inside.
It's three blocks is the cabaret zone. It includes the Clevelander and Mangoes and all. And
it's really irrelevant. It's really irrelevant. The code allows in the MXC district somebody to apply for a conditional use permit for outdoor or open air entertainment. So it's really irrelevant.
Well, it's relevant to me though. Does anybody know the answer to the question?
I can look. Let me look up the boundaries, but it's not something that the planning staff, reviews. But I'll look it up for you.
Okay, that would be great. Thanks.
Daniel, were you indicating you wanted to say something else on the item?
I do want to say a couple of things about here from staff on it. I just, for some reason, if anyone else on the board can help me, I swear we reviewed a CUP for this location 2 or 3 years ago, and I apologize. For some reason, it just won't leave my mind. I'm trying to research it.
We did, Daniel, for the Palace, but they've moved.
I know.
The Palace has moved.
I know, and we reviewed a separate CUP for the Palace. Is this the same location where there's a hotel above? Is it condominiumized or no? Is this just a straight hotel?
Short-term rentals above.
All right, thank you.
Do we have any other comments from the board?
I mean, while staff is looking that up, the only comment I'll make, we're going to give them an entertainment license. I know they're indicating a DJ, but, we won't, I don't believe we'll be restricting them from a DJ. Hopefully their site plan will remain where they don't have a dance floor. If they're not going to have a dance floor, I've certainly have seen conditions where if the applicant is proposing not to have a dance floor, that we put a condition that there won't be a dance floor. My concern here is that, okay, we're going to approve a DJ for some ambient mood and to give a better feel to the operation, but it can, in fact, turn into a dance hall. It can, in fact, turn into a club. And for me, having the open air entertainment and trying to control those crowds and the impacts that they have indoors, maybe they are controlling the sound levels of the system, but I don't know that they can control the patrons as easily as controlling a sound system. So, I would urge us to consider, if we're looking to allow for open air entertainment, to consider some additional restrictions on the type of entertainment that takes place inside. And I know we can't do that easily, but I'm all open to hearing my fellow board members' concerns.
So I have a question.
Go ahead,
Chairman. What was the volume of negative complaints that we've had from people in the Victor Hotel and surrounding residential units? Does anybody have the answer?
No, but we did get a request. I don't know if the rest of the board received it, but we did get a letter from the Ocean Drive Association asking for this item to be deferred. Did anybody else get that, or just me? And maybe I was asked about disclosures. I guess that I received that email and I didn't mention it. So
I'm opposed to any potential increase in volume of sound objectionable to nearby residents. I think that place is out of control already. And, I respect Mr. Robbins' representation that his clients are inordinately affected by that. And I'd like to hear some more input from people who have something to say, who live there, because their lives could be permanently disturbed by, this loud beat of the music. It's very true what the sound engineer said about the low frequency boom, boom, boom sounds carrying all over the place. And I'd like to avoid that necessity of having code enforcement going back and, people continually coming to the board complaining about, any CUP we would authorize that results in their discomfort. I'm sorry.
Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just like to address a couple of the comments that I've heard already. I can't stress enough, this is a restaurant. We don't plan on morphing into a nightclub. We make our money on food. Way over 50% of revenues come from the sale of food. And right now, the way it's licensed, even with the dance hall and entertainment on the interior, no sound is allowed to escape at all. Code enforcement has made that very clear. They said even if we want to have that ambient level music that does not interfere with normal conversation, we need the CUP. That counts as entertainment. So I hate that we have to use the word entertainment and open air entertainment, but the fact is that's what it's called. Even the ambient level, because if we were permitted to have ambient level music on the exterior, we wouldn't be here right now. Because we're not looking for entertainment the way you guys are talking about it. We're not looking to make a nuisance for the neighbors. There are no residents within range of these speakers. It's short-term rentals above and hotels on either side. So nobody lives there permanently. And frankly, if this is operated pursuant to the conditions and, we assume that all conditions will be met and followed, there should be absolutely no nuisance to anybody. And all it'll do will add the ability for the people in the restaurant who are eating on the terrace and outside to enjoy low-level music while they're eating. Without this CUP, code enforcement will come by. If they hear music even exiting from the front door as they walk by, they'll give us a violation because that, to them, as they've explained it to us, counts as outdoor open air entertainment. So we're not looking to put a DJ in a dance floor. If there's a DJ, the volume will still be so low that nobody's going to get up and start a dance floor. It's really for the people who are sitting and eating. I can't stress enough, we are a restaurant. Thank you.
Ian, if I may comment, what's the reason for needing to open the sliding glass doors? And I don't believe we have a condition here that the DJ will remain at ambient levels inside. We certainly are saying they're going to be ambient levels if you're outside on the terrace. If you can shed light on that.
The doors, it's Ocean Drive. We want the doors open so the ocean breeze can get in and the patrons can feel like they're on Ocean Drive. If you close all the doors and you make people sit inside, they might as well be on Brickell. So that's really all it's about. And right now, leaving all the doors and windows open, if we were to play, music, just loud enough for the people inside to listen, that would still escape and we'd get a violation from code enforcement because they're going to say we can hear the music outside. Even if it doesn't interfere with normal conversation, it's not allowed under our current approvals. We would have to close all our windows, all our doors, just to have that music on inside so that nobody outside could hear it to be in compliance. So again,
I think you'll need
an item for the board. Just real quick, Daniel, I'm thinking back on the Palace's new location, the Palace's new CUP. I have a pretty good recollection of what we did, and it was somewhat similar situation. And what we did was require the doors to be closed after a certain hour. I can't remember if it was 11 p.m. or 12 a.m., but at some point the doors had to be closed, so as not to be a nuisance, too late at night. I don't know if that's a solution that might be interested, that the applicant and or the board might be interested in, but that's how we handled it at the Palace, this new location.
I think that's a great idea. I certainly, we're going to allow them entertainment. We're not, they need the CUP because they're going to have a live performer, a DJ. the question is, are we restricting the indoor level to be ambient based on the fact that they want the doors open? My opinion would be if they don't want it ambient indoors, even though they have a DJ, then I would be, hesitant to have the doors open, because it really does become entertainment. And as much as you want to put the conditions that seem idealistic on the CUP, that's just often not how it turns into an operational point of view.
Seems to me that 7 or 8 months out of the year, the doors are going to be closed anyway. When you think about it, I mean, nobody's going to leave their doors open in June for ocean breezes that are, temperatures 96 degrees outside and 98% humidity. Most people would choose to sit in air conditioning. So, you're talking about a period of 4 months during the winter, I think. Most restaurants would operate under that premise. I guess we could sort of tailor the regulation to ensure that there's a minimal amount of noise that emanates from the interior of the restaurant, institute a closed door policy, and then make sure that that conversation can be heard across the street. If there are objections to that, I'd sure like to hear them, but I don't know why they have to have open doors where the music carries out to hotel residents across the street. On the other hand, hotel residents are here for a good time anyway, so it is a cabaret district, so it's not an easy call.
No, I agree with you, and I would be supportive of opening the doors if the indoor level was ambient. Otherwise, if they're going to do at their normal levels of entertainment on the inside, then I think the doors need to be closed, and I think that's a fair condition if we wanted to consider that.
I agree.
But let me just put the context. The speakers will be facing toward the beach, and there is no occupancy directly across the street. So I just want to clear that up, David. I don't want us to but there are adjacent and adjoining neighbors around it, but not directly across the street. But go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, and I'll add, we already have, a policy to close the sliding doors at 11 p.m. So we're happy to add that as a condition, 11 p.m. to close the doors if that's what's necessary. And as far as, the volume, I believe that's already covered in the existing proposed conditions that staff has included in the proposed order.
I don't know how everybody else feels, but that kind of gets me comfortable with this application, that 11 p.m. caveat.
The other thing is, it seems to me if you're eating outside and you're right near the ocean, wouldn't you want to just hear the ocean breezes and not have constant music unless you wanted to move inside? Wouldn't you want to just, dine out there and look at the people going by and not have somebody select music that you hate in the first place, or sometimes you don't really need music outside. But that's my old self talking. But to me, a dining outside experience is really nice. If you go to restaurants in Europe or in Paris or Rome or any of those places, you don't have music outside in the street, and you have music which conflicts with people who are playing different music next door in the other outdoor restaurant. So I guess you could, have music outside, but I'm not sure it's really beneficial to a restaurant environment if you want to eat outside. And then inside you could have the music that you wanted. I mean, you go inside for the music and the air conditioning, and outside it's just, you're outside, the trees are swaying, the ocean is coming in, and probably even a nicer experience. But that's just me talking. But I just don't understand this whole necessity of having, piped in music outside when you want to. Most people go outside to eat because they like to have a quiet conversation. But anyway,
Michael Belush or Nick, do you have some text or language we might consider? I don't know if the rest of the board would consider this modification.
Well, I think we can easily add the condition that Ian accepted. The sliding glass door shall be closed by 11 p.m. nightly. So I can add that condition.
Ian, are you opposed to the condition, your client opposed to the condition that Daniel proffered about just exempting the dance floor? Even if you're not going to use it, why would you hold on to it? Is, I guess, my thought. Would you be opposed to us adding that?
Well, so what I'll state about that is, the use on the interior, because this is not a neighborhood impact establishment because of the size of the venue, let's say we do close all the doors and windows so that, the music can get really loud inside without, getting outside at all. That's something that we didn't even consider because it's really not up for consideration. We're not asking for that. We already have that approval. We just want to make sure that nobody to the north, south, east, or west is, has a problem or that we create a nuisance for them. So, really, I don't know that my client wants to give up anything that they already have, permission to do, notwithstanding with or without this CUP, because frankly, even if this were denied, they'd still have the ability to do that. Now, they don't have any plans to do that, but I don't have them here right in front of me, so I don't want to give something up that I haven't discussed with them. Frankly, we don't have any plans to do that. And even if we did, we would make sure that no sound escaped the venue, not even ambient level, if they were to do some sort of special event on the interior where they cleared some tables. So it seems like that's going a bit beyond the request or any condition that would have any effect on what's going on outside. I mean, we'll agree not to do anything like that outside. That's, I think, fair.
Okay. I mean, it's your option to decline. I just wanted to see if it was something that you were amenable to. But without your client there, I understand that. I wouldn't want to put you in that situation beyond that. So any other questions? Well, let me just say this. Given the sensitivity, especially after having watched the commission meeting this morning and just knowing, everything that's going on with, the MXE district and some of the other areas in the city, I know you're asking for 3A5 for us to, modify that in terms of the 60 days. I'm in favor of leaving that, Ian, and the reason I'm in favor of leaving is given the current environment, as well as different situational conditions when the tests are done. I don't think it really harms you guys. I don't think that it puts an undue burden in terms of cost on you to undertake that in 60 days. And I also think it gives us as a planning board another tool to rely on when you come back for your 90 days. So that's how I feel about that item. The other ones that you spoke to, if everybody, we'll let the other members speak, but I'm definitely letting you know that I'm in favor of keeping that item there.
Yeah, and after Michael Belush had given the explanation for it, that made me more comfortable with it, so that's absolutely fine with us. The one that he didn't mention that I had mentioned was item number 4 about the transportation demand management plan requirement. Michael, if you can please explain why that's a requirement in the order, because that doesn't seem to have anything to do with entertainment or noise.
No, it is something that is a standard condition whenever we have an applicant come forward to request a conditional use permit, especially in a situation where we know there's no parking on site. And it's basically a matter of documenting, the public transit options available, bicycle parking, getting that information out to the employees and documenting it as well for transportation staff. So we know and have a record of, where employees are coming from and, where they're working. So I think it's something that you would work with the transportation department and just coming up with a plan, a mobility plan for staff. So it's not that excessive in terms of a request. And it's something that the planning board does ask for every applicant. I know we did not require a traffic study because you were already in operation. But typically, if this had come, forward without any approvals at the beginning, we would have required a traffic study and all that sort of operation plan. So we think this is a minimal ask to provide and work with the transportation department in satisfying.
So just to clarify, it doesn't actually require getting a traffic engineer involved?
No, you may have somebody who deals with the transportation demand management plans and has familiarity and know what to provide. And given that information, doesn't require a traffic study. It's just somebody has knowledge in preparing such a plan for review by the transportation department.
Okay. In that case, we don't really have an objection to it either.
Okay.
Do we have any unreadiness, by the board? Mark, do you have anything?
No. I'm good with the conversation.
All right. With that, I think the addition to the CUP as written would be about the doors and the 11 p.m. hard stop on having the doors open. Is there?
I'm happy to move it with that condition, that additional condition.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Michael.
Okay, the motion made for approval by Mr. Barano, seconded by Mr. Milan. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia? Sorry, Mr. Vitia?
No.
Mr. Milan? I'm sorry, I think you were muted, Mr. Milan.
Sorry, yes. My bar is not working right now. Sorry about that.
Mr. Weeder?
No.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
So the motion fails 4-2.
All right.
Would you like, Ian, would you like the board to reconsider and continue the application and come up with some alternative conditions or solutions that may satisfy the board members' concerns that voted no?
Yes, absolutely. Especially considering we have a short board today, and we'd be willing to do whatever it takes to simply allow the ambient level music outside as a measure of, simply being able to compete with the rest of the neighborhood. Again, it's not something we, even if it's something that we don't plan to have, like Mr. Wider mentioned about, having the ability to simply hear the ocean breeze, we'd like to have the option to be able to have that music for our patrons. And so, yes, absolutely, we'd request to reconsider, especially if there are other conditions that would suffice to change the minds of any of the members who voted no.
Well, I think Ian,
Michael and Mr. Chair, in order to reconsider the vote that was just taken, we would need a member of the board who voted with the prevailing side, which would mean a member who voted against the motion, to make a motion to reconsider the motion that just failed.
Well, let's do it a different way. Before we get into that, let's hear some discussion, hopefully really quickly, and see what Ian and his client.
You don't have an application before you right now because the motion to approve it failed.
Nick, just for the purpose of conversation, if I allow for the reconsideration, that's just for us to be able to have dialogue, correct?
Right. So you could make the motion. The motion need to be seconded by any member of the board, and the motion to reconsider would need to be voted on before the application could be back before you.
And then we would have to once again vote on this item, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, fellow board members, I'm willing to entertain a motion to reconsider for the purpose of having dialogue, and then have a secondary vote if that's what you guys want to do.
That's okay.
Okay, so we have a motion by Daniel. Do we have a second?
David seconded.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
So the motion passes to reconsider the item.
All right, so Ian, you've heard from the board members some of the concerns. I think there were two issues in particular that come top of my mind, but you go ahead and let us know what you're willing to do.
Absolutely. Like I said, we'd be willing to consider and accept any additional conditions which any of the board members think are necessary to change your minds. So I would request that you let me know, and
I will add that, I feel very comfortable if you wanted to have indoor entertainment that exceeds ambient noise over normal conversation, that the doors are closed.
Absolutely.
So I don't want indoor entertainment with the doors open. And I think I don't mean, I'm sure your client will do their best with the system. It's just a question of once you're having indoor entertainment and patron load, it's really hard to control that level of noise coming outside. And that's not something controlled by the sound system.
Yeah, and we believe that that was already included. We have no plans of doing that. We're absolutely okay to put that condition in there that anytime there's any indoor entertainment, that the doors all be closed. We're absolutely happy to include that condition.
So just to be clear, you can have your DJ at ambient levels that doesn't interfere with normal conversation. So just having a DJ is considered entertainment. The question is, if your DJ is going to play at a level that exceeds normal conversation, that the doors be closed.
Absolutely, and we are agreeable to that as a condition.
So we would add a condition stating that any time that sound levels on the interior exceed a volume that would interfere with normal conversation, the exterior door shall remain closed.
Yes.
That works for me.
That works for me too.
Yeah,
that works for me also.
All right. Seeing that I think we have consensus and the applicant has...
Does that replace the 11 p.m. or is it still a hard close at 11 p.m., Daniel?
No, still at 11.
Still a hard close. Okay, yeah.
I will move the item with the added condition as stated by staff.
David?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Weeder. Motion made by Mr. Vitia, seconded by Mr. Weeder. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
For that, motion passes 6-0. The item is approved.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations again to you and your client.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. I'm going to take a 5-minute break for just a minute. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. Does anybody else need a 5-minute break?
This is Mark. I did.
Okay, let's Michael, give us and staff, give us like 5 minutes. Nick, 5 minutes, please. Welcome back to the June 29th Planning Board meeting. We will now, after a very short break, we're going to pick up the Planning Board item 20-0351, which is the religious institution on 71st Street, the King Jesus Church.
Thank you. So this is an application for a conditional use permit for the operation of a religious institution with an occupancy exceeding 199 persons. The subject site is located on the south side of 71st Street in the TC1 zoning district. Currently, the site consists of a one-story commercial space, which was used as a funeral home with a chapel. The space has two entrances, one on 71st Street and the other on the south side, facing a private alley and parking lot. Religious institutions are typically listed as a main permitted use in commercial districts, provided the occupancy is 199 or less. When the occupancy exceeds 199, such religious uses are conditional uses. However, in the TC1 zoning district, religious uses are listed as a conditional use regardless of the occupancy. The applicant has indicated that the chapel contains a maximum of 194 seats, and thus total occupancy will minimally exceed 199. This is consistent with the last major building permit for the property, which were provided for reference as part of this application. There is no parking on site, and the drop-off pickup area is located at the rear of the property. Staff is recommending that instructional signs be appropriately placed directing vehicular drop-offs and pickups to the rear of the property. According to the building permit card and permit history, the property through various configurations has operated with the chapel since at least 1965, and most recently was a funeral home with a chapel. The proposed use is largely consistent with the previously approved occupancy for the building and is not anticipated to negatively impact the neighborhood. We would like to modify our conditions of approval and add the following condition, which would be, the condition would state a queuing analysis of the congregate drop-off area shall be provided at the time of the progress report in order to document any traffic impacts onto Bonita Drive. With that added condition, we are recommending that the application be approved. And I believe Ms. Enton is here to give a presentation.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, Board. Monica Enton with law offices of Burka, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanis, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Along with me today is Carlos Cardoso, the architect of record. He's somewhere in the virtual world representing the applicant, King Jesus Church. As Michael indicated, this property is located at 730 71st Street and is actually going to take the place of an existing funeral home with chapel. We are not intending to increase occupancy at this point or seating. We actually have a virtual presentation that I'd like to walk you through. I don't know if staff can put that up. If not, I can share screen, Michael. Perfect, thank you. If we can go to the next slide. As you can see, the property is located on 71st Street between Bonita and Indian Creek. It is actually on a commercial area. Next slide, please. Here you have a close-up of the property itself and the space that we are proposing to use. Again, we are not expanding the use. We're not expanding the size of the building or the exterior. Next slide, please. Here you have views of the existing conditions. Here's on the left-hand side of the screen, you're going to see what you see on 71st Street, which is the front facade. And on the right side of the street, the southern facade, that is the rear, and it does provide a drop-off area. Next slide, please. Again, these are just area conditions, so you can see the commercial status and the commercial area, and that we won't be really impacting or changing the uses along the street. Next slide, please. Again, existing elevations, and you'll see as we compare it to the next slide that they're pretty consistent with one another. Next slide, please. And these are the proposed elevations. As Michael indicated, and you can see here on the bottom of the page in the rear elevation, there is a carport area, which will allow for the drop-off of congregates into the space. Next slide, please. This is actually the existing interior layout, which we are proposing to follow. You can see that the chapel area has the existing pews, and that there's a lot of back of house, offices, bathrooms, etc. Next slide, please. Again, interior photos of what it currently looks like, which is again what we're proposing to keep. We are proposing to keep the exact configuration, maybe changing the names of some of our spaces, but again, office space and a place where our kids can sit while our parents are in services. But once again, exactly the same configuration that we currently have. Next slide, please. There are a lot of parking lots in the area. Here you see some of the closest lots. We did a study where we requested from the parking department what the current use of the space of these lots were. They're actually very underutilized. We see that they are anywhere between 8 and 18% is what their usage rate is for these lots. So there are plenty of spaces for congregates to also park. Next slide, please. And finally, the services I think are actually a lot less impactful than a funeral home. As a Latin person, I know that our funeral services go quite some time, and we have wakes and we go overnight and we spend a lot of time with cars in and out. You can see here that most of the services are going to occur between 8 and 11 p.m. Realistically, most of the services occur on the weekends. There are from time to time, and we can go ahead and finish with the presentation. with the digital presentation, Michael. From time to time, we will have services during the week. If somebody has passed on, if a holiday falls, on Wednesday night, I'm sure we'll have, if Christmas Eve is on Wednesday night, then we'll be doing a Christmas Eve Mass. But for the most part, on a weekly basis, they will be during the weekend hours. Again, our last service generally starts at 9 p.m. So by 11 p.m., everyone will be out. While churches are a primary and main use in most zoning districts, unfortunately in this district, it's actually a conditional use permit, and that's why we're here before you. Interestingly, even though the funeral home has a chapel, they are not a conditional use, they're main permitted use. And so even though we're following the building parameters and what currently exists, we still have to appear before you to request this. With that, I thank you for your time. I open ourselves up for any questions of the board and ask for your approval.
I have a question,
yes.
If I may. My understanding is that when you have a funeral procession, there are very few people who come to the funeral. If I had a funeral, probably nobody would show up.
I'll be there. But don't do it anytime soon.
Thanks, Monica. No, but seriously, there's a difference in traffic patterns. That's my concern. Like if you have a service on a Sunday and you have 194 people show up, it's going to be more congestion than if you had a funeral, which would probably have many fewer people. I pass that place on my way to my office, and I'm familiar with the neighborhood. It's just I'm wondering about the impact on the neighborhood. And the other question I have is, what kind of signages they're going to have up on the facade?
Great questions, David. So the signage is going to be consistent with the signage that was there. So we're not proposing larger signs, we're proposing what was there. With respect to vehicular traffic and impacts on traffic, we actually met with transportation, and there was not an anticipation that there would be an impact on traffic because we are maintaining the same numbers and the same seating and the same occupancy. We're not increasing. And unlike your experience, my experience, like I said, as a Latin woman, our services it's not the funeral procession as much as it is going to the wake, going to the service, staying there for hours, going out and getting food for the people who are there. So it is actually, and it is a 7-day a week. It's not a Saturday and Sunday type of business, the funeral home, where the church really is more of a Saturday and Sunday type of a business, where during the week it's more personal guidance that somebody would go get. So we're not going to really be seeing the 194 people going Monday through Friday. We're really going to see those numbers on Saturday and Sunday during regular services. So the impact we really anticipate will actually be less than the impact of the funeral, because you're really limited in time and space as to when the services actually happen.
Monica, let me sort of follow up with that concept. So did you say there's 194 members of this congregation? Is that?
No, there's
what's the number of membership?
I don't know the number of membership, Mark. The number of seats in the place is 194. We haven't wanted to increase the occupancy or the intensity of what was there. So we have maintained the occupancy and we have maintained the seating ability in the space. That's why I said we've kept the current configuration and are not expanding on it whatsoever.
And if you looked at, well, I guess, and I don't know if you have the answer to this then, if you looked at the profile of the membership of the congregants, where do a lot of these folks live? Because certainly if there's people who are going to be walking to church, which certainly makes it much less impactful on the traffic, and then there's people who are driving. I know I've gone to many funerals there over my lifetime, and it does get kind of crazy, because it's not the parking that's behind it, where the drive-in is, there's a little lot there, and then no one wants to walk to the other one that's across 71st Street.
So one of the considerations when they looked at this space, Mark, was exactly that there are congregates in the North Beach area that currently drive out to the mainland to further services. So this was, an offshoot so that the congregates on Miami Beach can walk there, can, drive there, bike there, but it is anticipated that a lot of the congregates are within walking distance.
Does this church have another facility also?
They do. They have other churches in Miami, Miami proper.
So theoretically, I mean, I don't know how they work, but if I imagine that people who go to this one are probably people who live close to this one.
Correct. That was the anticipation, that right now they're going to Miami, they're going to Dade County, to the unincorporated Dade to go to their services, where here they can have it close to home, not have to drive, can walk. And again, it's a small setting. It's not a large church.
Yeah, I think it's a smart reuse of this property, because it certainly fits exactly what I imagine your client wants to use it for.
Yes, the chapel size is perfect.
I have a couple of questions, Monica, if it's okay, Mr. Chair.
We do want to make sure we open to the public at some point.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll be quick. I heard 199, above 199, requires a CUP, but I didn't hear, and I apologize if you said it. What is the occupancy that's being requested?
Well, the occupancy is going to be determined by fire, but we have a limitation by staff of 299. That's for the entire space. And the current seat count, the proposed seats, is exactly what's there, which is 194. That's what exists. That's what we're maintaining. Because the number will depend on how fire looks at the office spaces, Michael. We have office spaces, and we have we have an open area, not open area. We have an area in the back, so that when parents are in services, the children can go to a back area to play and be entertained while the parents are in services. So depending on how the fire department looks at that, because of the configuration, that's why I think we have that window, but it can only seat 194.
Okay. And how many, you showed the yellow areas where there are parking lots,
yes.
Surface parking. How many, do you have a total number of spaces in those lots?
I actually do, and I apologize because I don't have that readily accessible, but there's actually about 13, I think it's 8 lots. I only showed you the closest ones, and bear with me and I can pull that up. But
while you're doing that, I mean, I would be interested to know the relationship between the occupancy and the number of spaces, but I kind of agree with Mark that I think a lot of folks are going to be local, from the neighborhood who are going to attend services there. So, but I would be curious to know that, and I'll back off so we can proceed with.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up as we speak. Yeah. Like I said, there are at least 8 parking lots there's 3 of them within a 1.5 block radius. So right away we have 3 lots, and then it expands outward, but there are quite a few lots in the area, and every one of them, Michael, is actually very underutilized.
Yeah, those are low utilization numbers you mentioned. Yeah. So.
And and I gave you the 8 to 18%, but the 18% was actually just one of them. The other ones were 8%.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And some of the ones that are further away are even less.
Yeah, I know that because I drive by those lots and they're usually empty.
Yeah.
So you concur, David?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except the one across on 71st Street it's kind of a danger. There's no intersection to cross the street there. If you park in that lot, it's just on that, and that 71st Street, a lot of people get hit by cars, and because there's a turn left off Indian Creek going northbound, and then going west over the 71st Street, 79th Street, 71st Street Causeway. So it's a very high traffic area. Next to that proposed church and former funeral home, which I've attended many funerals there as well, there is there's there's some other stores, and and that intersection there's an auto agency where people go for tags, and then on the corner there's a law office, and the pedestrian approaches to that building it's a very dangerous crossing. And I think that if the church is there and it's active, they're going to have some additional signalization on that particular corner, because the corner of Indian Creek and 71st Street, you have 71st Street going eastbound and Normandy Drive going westbound. And there's a lot of traffic pouring off that street, both left and right. And during the week, there's a huge backlog of traffic making a left turn going north past, what is it? What's that street? Somebody help me.
Bonita? The one on the west?
On the east, the eastbound street going north it just runs right in off Indian Creek.
Dickens, yeah. And so, then there's a Montessori school there. There's a, synagogue further up. You can go north all the way to 88th Street on that street. And so a lot of traffic is going. There's a right turn lane there off Indian Creek, and there's a left turn lane. There's a middle lane that goes north, I believe. And that facility will require, in my opinion, an additional crosswalk if you look at the intersection.
So in other words, this might actually improve conditions because the city might have to be forced to start really doing something.
Monica. You're such a good lawyer, Monica. Fast on your feet.
And I apologize. I'm still looking for the information. It's
whenever you're in a
hurry.
We're familiar with the lots. Okay. If you go to the west, there's 2 additional lots on Normandy Isle. I don't know the distance, correct, but it's probably a block. This is on 71st Street. It's a major thoroughfare, highly commercial. There is parking, and we have our local circulator as well. I do want to caution, your clients, if they're listening, just to be aware, pedestrian crossings on 71st Street are very difficult. Even at the intersection of 71st and Indian Creek, there is no pedestrian crossing on the west side of that intersection. There are a lot of fatalities on all the intersections, Bay Drive and Indian Creek West along 71st Street. So just make sure your client advises the congregation, to be very careful to not, play leapfrog, trying to cross that. I see it daily with people trying to get to the tag agency that don't want to walk all the way to the, signalized intersection. It's just important for them.
I've done it myself, Daniel. I've done it myself. Yeah. And I wonder if you think there should be another pedestrian access, created there.
I don't think FDOT would approve it, but there was a great plan to slow down traffic with the beautification of the bridge. It wasn't a project that was ever funded by the city, but it's about traffic calming. And most certainly, I don't think FDOT would approve a crosswalk there. It's just not an area where people should be crossing or cars should be stopping, because you have a lot of vehicular traffic, and there's already 2 signals pretty bunched up together. This is a great thing for an urban environment. It just, pedestrians need to be cautious and realize that they have the right of way when they're in a crosswalk, not when they're trying to cross in the middle.
There are people crossing there all the time, jaywalking there. And, when on that left turn going north on Indian Creek, people, as soon as they get that green arrow, they hit the gas and they go, because they've been waiting a long time to make that left turn. So I'm just wondering if there might have to be some additional safety precautions for the congregants.
Oh, we do have our local circulator. Let's open it to the public comment.
Yeah, because then after the public hearing, the applicant has a right to rebut, and then I think the board should deliberate.
That's fair. So let's open it up to the public. Right now, I think we have Jamil Deeb waiting.
Hi, Jamil. Before you speak, can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. I swear.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I've been living since '96 on that area. I work on that area. My employees there from that area, and we just would be very thankful with you guys because we need a place of worship, and more in these times. No, this is an amazing church that changed my life, changed my family, and we can take care of do it with all the respect. Showing everyone how to cross, but we need that place. I've been driving myself to Kendall for a long time ago, sometimes once, twice, because there's not a congregation like this one over there. And I would be so grateful if you guys just allow us to be there. No, that's it. I don't have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. I think that's it. So seeing no others, Stacy, are you going to speak or you're good? Okay. All right. Seeing no other speakers, let's go ahead and close the public comment and we'll go back to Daniel.
Sorry, the Mark taught us how to use the space bar, but that's not working too well today on Zoom for some reason. It's like really messing me up, but I really like it, Mark. That was the best trick on Zoom.
Good tips. You pick them up.
Yeah, you saved me a lot, when someone walks into the room. So thank you. I'm not going to lie, there are issues on Sunday with all the churches that we have in North Beach with parking. But their congregations are dedicated. There's local circulators. They don't mind walking. I don't see this as a concern with parking. These churches are located where they are to serve the local community. And, I think this would be a great use. It's been vacant now for 2 years, which has had a tremendous negative impact. This building already doesn't really open up to the right of way. So I think just having some activation there is going to bring life and help the businesses. People come to church and from there they go eat lunch and they go out with the family. And I think that's what we need here in North Beach. I just did an analysis about 2 weeks ago. In 2019, we had 38 vacant storefronts. Here in 2020, in June, we have 69 vacant storefronts in North Beach. So we are in a decline as far as retail activity, and I think that this is an appropriate use. It seems like the building was built for a church and a congregation, and I'm very much in favor of the applicant and the application as presented.
Yeah, by the way, I agree, and it's absolutely consistent with the existing use. It's been closed for 2 years, and what happens previously. If it was a significant member of the community that passed away, it would be a mob. It'd be crazy out there with this. So, we've already seen that it can accommodate sort of bigger crowds. I can't imagine this is, again, I don't know what the count is with this church, but, I guess if they become incredibly successful, it may be a problem, right? That it'll be too overcrowded there. But I think it's consistent with the existing uses, and I think it's, we should approve this.
I'd like to say that it's I agree with Mark and with Daniel. It's kind of interesting. I mean, normally funeral homes have a pretty steady flow of business, so I sort of wondered why they went out of business in the first place. But I agree that the church.
I think it was purchased. I think it was purchased. I think it was like a consolidation of the industry.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll leave all those really bad jokes that crossed my mind out of it.
Well, so I agree with Daniel and Mark. It will reactivate the neighborhood, I think, somewhat. I don't know how much, but it's better than nothing, that's for sure. And it is good to provide a place of worship for people who seek comfort that way.
I'm prepared to move this forward approve this application.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, the motion made by Mr. Milan, seconded by Mr. Barano. Mr. Brantley?
Wait, let me just call the question in the middle of it. I just need one thing clarified on the hours of operation.
Yes.
From 8 to 11. What happens when it's like a midnight mass type of thing or holiday? What happens then?
We don't anticipate having that. I mean, I'm sure if we had to do something like that, we could get a special event permit from the city, but that's not anticipated. Like I said, our last service generally starts at 9 p.m. Even for those, what would traditionally be a midnight mass.
Okay. Yes, Michael. Yes, Michael.
Okay, Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes, and my bar does work right now.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpe?
Yes.
And Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, Monica.
Goodbye.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. All right, so now we're going to take up item PB 20-0347, which is 4360 and 4370 Collins Avenue, the Fontainebleau Hotel. This is, I guess, a follow-up to the ballroom expansion that we heard before. Go ahead, Michael.
Sure, and Rogelio from planning staff is going to give the presentation for this item.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this is file number PB 20-0347. It's a request for a conditional use approval for the construction of a new 5-story accessory commercial structure adjacent to the Fontainebleau Hotel located at 4441 Collins Avenue, and includes the approval of a neighborhood impact establishment with mechanical parking pursuant to Chapter 118, Article 4, Chapter 142, Article 5, Division 6, Chapter 130, Article 2 of the City Code. So last month, the Planning Board transmitted an ordinance with a favorable recommendation to the City Commission to allow for ballroom uses in the RM2 district that are associated with a hotel in the RM3 district that is no more than 100 feet away by a conditional use permit. And you may recall that the applicant presented this project at that time. And so last week, the City Commission approved that ordinance on first reading. It is expected to be adopted next month, so the applicant would not be able to move forward until that ordinance is adopted. It also requires approval of a walkway to connect the ballroom to the Fontainebleau Hotel, and that still needs City Commission approval. So the proposed building will have 88,950 square feet of floor area. There's currently a 148 space surface parking lot on the site that will be demolished and replaced with this building that will also contain parking. Just to make a clarification, the staff report indicates that there are 362 parking spaces proposed. As part of the ordinance that was transmitted last month, a parking reduction was approved. So the number of spaces would actually be 280 spaces. And that's done by the removal of one of the 3 basement levels that is shown in the plans. So that would be 280 spaces. That's still an increase from what's there today. The draft order includes conditions that requires that the ballroom only be used as part of events. And staff has proposed conditions to limit the serving of food and drinks to events to ensure that it doesn't become like a restaurant use or gets used for other hotel guests, that it be specific for events. In terms of parking, there's conditions in the draft order to indicate that self-parking is only available to employees of the Fontainebleau. It's primarily expected that the garage will be used for employees, and that valet parking will be required for any of the mechanical spaces. The mechanical spaces will be located in the lowest level of the parking, the basement, and there'll be lifts that'll go up and down, and so valet parking will be needed for the use of those. For loading, there's conditions that requires that the loading only take place from Indian Creek Drive. This is to ensure that there's no backing in or out from Collins Avenue. And one of staff's primary concerns is the rooftop operation. There is an open air rooftop, and staff does want to ensure that noise does not travel to the single family area that's immediately to the west across the Indian Creek. So in order to accomplish that, we have conditions that prohibit outdoor entertainment and also to limit the hours of the rooftop. The order limits the use of the rooftop to 10 p.m. on Sunday to Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. And operations are not permitted to commence prior to 10 a.m. on any day. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board approve the CUP subject to the conditions in the draft order. And if you have any questions, and I believe the applicant is online, and they want to present as well.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mickey Marrero from the law firm of Burkow, Rodell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapenes. With me today is Donald Wolf from Nichols Broche Wolf Architects, who is our project architect. As Rogelio said, we made a presentation last month to you all, substantially the same as what we have before you now. We're happy to make it, but before I do that, I just wanted to agree with Rogelio. All the operational conditions and loading and traffic conditions, we agree with all of staff's proposed conditions. It's consistent with what we've advised you all and we've advised staff that the operation will be. This is essentially to enhance the conference and ballroom operations of the Fontainebleau in a way that will bring it in line with its competitors in the market. As you all recall, this board approved the ordinance 7-0 last month. It was also unanimously approved on first reading by the City Commission last week. With that, I just want to make up, there's not really we're not objecting to any condition. Condition 8R, however, mentions an air-conditioned trash room, which is a standard condition. We actually have, just so that it's clear in the record, we have an enclosed trash compactor on the ground level. It technically just, that's what we have. It minimizes all noise and environmental impacts, but again, it's not a trash room per se. So I just wanted to clarify that on the record. And then with that, I would like to give Don an opportunity to make a presentation. Again, if you all want to hear it again, I know you have 2 more items and you've got less than an hour left. So if you're all comfortable with the presentation from the previous month, we're happy to just move on to answer any questions you have. But if you would like to hear from Don and go through the presentation again, he's ready to do so.
I don't need to hear it again.
Sorry, I don't either. I think pretty familiar with what they want to do. So maybe the public, maybe there's somebody from the public that can add something to the conversation.
I agree as well. I reviewed all the material. I don't see any pertinent changes from the last presentation and what was already provided to us.
So if that's the will of the board, if there is some question that comes up during the discussion, we are available and our team is available, and we will stay to answer questions, but I'm mindful of the limited time that you all have. So I'm happy to answer questions from you or the public.
Currently we don't have any hands raised from the public.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Dick.
Mickey, is that bridge issue the same, the overpass that I raised at the last meeting?
Yeah, you know what, David, we actually, you bring up a good point, and I thank you for asking. You asked us to prepare a rendering facing west of the bridge. Yeah. They did so. Don, if you could pull up the rendering that you all prepared at Mr. Weeder's request.
Absolutely. So David, this is
before you respond, I have to swear you in. Can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
This is the view, David, looking west on 44th as you're making the turn from Collins to Indian Creek.
Yeah, I see how that will integrate the two facilities. My concern initially was the obstruction of the view, and I'm feeling a little ambivalent about it. On the one hand, you could have this easy access from one building to the other. It would be safer for pedestrians, and I certainly have no objection to the structure and the expansion of use for the hotel. But I had a bit of reticence about this this walkway. I don't know how I don't know if any other members of the board agree with me, but it is kind of distracting for me. But I guess I can overlook it, but I'm not in love with it.
Well, what we've done, David, is we've tried to integrate it with the architectural, MIMO style, with the new proposed structure. We've taken the actual structure of the bridge and contained it within the aesthetic to be able to raise the bridge as high as we could off the street. So that gives you about 30 feet clear. And then there are a couple of trusses which span the two buildings within the actual bridge itself, minimizing the amount of height of the actual bridge.
Okay, I appreciate your analysis. For me, it's a tough call, but I don't want to be an obstructionist, and I think the benefits probably will outweigh the deficits of the project, because it will be a safer crossing for pedestrians.
Absolutely, and it helps, relieve a lot of the traffic.
Is there escalator access from the interior to the walkway, or do you just have to take an elevator up to, or a stairway to get up to it?
There's going to be access from the main Fontainebleau Resort, elevators up to the level. And once you're inside the new exhibit facility, there are stairs and escalators, or I'm sorry, stairs and elevators, which will take you up and down to the different ballroom levels.
How long is the construction projected to take of that actual part of the facility? Traffic's going to be obstructed when it's being under construction, of course. So is there any time frame that you have on that?
I can get back to you on that, David. We really don't have a time frame slotted for that. But obviously, we'll try to minimize that as much as possible.
Are we talking about months, weeks, years?
Probably months. In essence, we'd be able to get the structure up, because it's going to be basically two simple trusses, which will span the two buildings, and then work within that structure. So I would say it's going to be, just months as opposed to years.
Yeah, God forbid it won't be like that structure they put across, what was it, Southwest A Street, where it fell on a car and killed some people?
No, let's not even go there. No, we're going
to take every precaution. We've already talked to our construction team and have gone over all the safety measures.
How will traffic be rerouted during the process? Do you know?
That's something, David, that we're going to have to get together. Once the project goes forward, we would be meeting with Public Works on an MOT plan and just do something that minimizes the impact of traffic on a very limited basis with them.
Okay, that's all I have. I see the chairman putting his hand over his eyes. He said there was enough questions, Weeder. Shut up. Okay, so I'm shutting up.
David, I would never. Do we have any other?
I'm just pulling your leg, Kareem.
I know you are, but I just want to make sure everybody knows that I would never do that to you.
I know you wouldn't.
Anybody else have any comments on the item? Michael, given that Mickey has shared that they're not going to have the enclosed conditioned space and it's more going to be an open air trash compactor that's going to be taken out, do you want to modify that item R?
It's an enclosed trash compactor. Enclosed.
Yeah, we can clarify the condition to say an enclosed trash room or an enclosed trash compactor.
Great, thank you.
In lieu of the air conditioned trash room.
Yeah, you can leave both. You can just add the compactor because he's not going to condition the compactor. Even though it's inside of an enclosed area.
That's where you make this much garbage into this much garbage.
Right. Thank you, Kareem.
All right. So with that amendment on 8R, is there support to move the item?
I'll move it to approve with the modifications regarding the trash rooms that Michael just addressed.
I'll second it.
Okay, the motion made by Mr. Milan in favor, seconded by Mr. Barano. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia,
Yes.
Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
and Mr. Barano.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thanks, Mickey. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, we have two more. Let's try to get both of these done today. We have Planning Board 20-0339, which is 1947, and I'm sorry, I apologize, 550 Washington Avenue, the Paris Theater.
Okay, this is an application that has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment with entertainment. Specifically, the applicant is requesting substantial changes to the operations, including the addition of a dance floor, as well as change to the ownership and operator. This CUP has a long history dating back to December 15th of 2009, where the conditional use approval was first granted for the operation of a neighborhood impact establishment, including a performing arts theater and lounge operating on weekends and holidays. The facility was also used as a production studio on weekdays. In the past, the structure has had an occupancy load as high as nearly 1,300 persons, and most recently had an occupancy load of around 1,000 people. The current projected occupancy load based upon the plans provided is 1,005. The proposal is for the addition and renovation of the existing building to operate a restaurant with indoor entertainment. A greatly expanded kitchen will be provided along the south side of the property at the ground level, as well as new construction on the north side of the property. The total occupancy, as I stated, is 1,005 with alcohol service and indoor entertainment and dance hall. As per the operational plan, the restaurant can also hold different private events, including cocktail parties, fashion shows, concerts, premiere parties, after parties, and other types of events. The operational plan indicates that all deliveries and trash pickups will be made on Euclid Avenue. Deliveries will occur daily between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m., and waste collection will take place between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m., 6 days per week. There is no area available on-site for loading. There is an on-street commercial loading zone running the approximate width of the property along the functional rear of the site, which is Euclid Avenue. There is also a freight loading zone on the south side of 6th Street, which the applicant can utilize. A sound study was not required for this proposal, since this is a modification to the previously issued conditional use permit, and no outdoor entertainment is proposed as part of this application. We are recommending that conditions be put in place to ensure that the sound does not spill over onto the surrounding neighborhood. The applicant has indicated that there will be security personnel during the hours of operations and security cameras located at entrances and exits. Food and beverage waitstaff will prevent underage alcohol consumption, and any queuing will be contained internally in the facility. Lastly, as this existing CUP is quite dated, staff has reorganized the provisions of the CUP, including the relocation of existing conditions, rewording some of older conditions for consistency, and recommending approval of the CUP with the modified conditions as drafted in the draft final order. And I believe we have a presentation from the applicant.
Thank you, Michael. This is Greg Fontella from Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. And happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of 550 Landlord LLC. I'm joined by the applicant, Matthew Massa, the project architect, Jose Gomez, and my colleague, Mickey Marrero. Let me share presentation on the screen for you. So this site is the site of the historic Paris Theater. It's located at 550 Washington Avenue. And the applicant is excited to bring a new rejuvenated operation and design upgrade to this iconic structure. With the recent reemergence of Washington Avenue as a desired location for exciting new developments, the applicant hopes to reintroduce the historic Paris Theater with an upscale restaurant and lounge use that will complement the burgeoning Washington Avenue corridor. As you can see on the screen before you, the property is located on the west side of Washington Avenue, just south of 6th Street. The site is in the CPS 2 district and it's located in the Ocean Beach Historic District, where it's a contributing historic structure. This structure was built in 1945, and it's surrounded today by a variety of uses, largely commercial with some residential. Importantly, the site was originally granted a CUP approval for a neighborhood impact establishment in 2009. That's PB file number 1947. The site has been operating and functional under that CUP in modified variety ever since. And what we're seeking today is just another modification to that CUP approval that exists for the site. I really want to highlight that the scope of what our requests are really just to accommodate the site for a restaurant use where it was previously primarily focused on theater use. So our requested modifications to the existing conditions are relatively minor. This is a table summarizing the modified conditions. You can see that the column on the right has the condition language with strike through and underline showing the changes. And the column in the middle just summarizes what our proposed changes are. So for the most part, change to condition number 2 is just a change of the listed owner operator and change of the listed use to reflect the restaurant rather than theater use. The changes to condition number 4 are to have the hours of operation open earlier to accommodate a restaurant use. The change to condition number 8 is just a change of the owner operator name. The change to condition number 9 is to allow for staff to use the rear entrance along Euclid Avenue. And a deletion of condition number 10 is to allow for a designated dance floor area that'll be primarily used for private events. So as mentioned, this concept is for an upscale restaurant. The applicant has a stellar team to create a unique decor and a first-rate menu and experience. The concept will be to have the patrons immersed in a magical atmosphere that changes as the evening goes on. Michael did a great job of summarizing a lot of the operational changes and operational elements of the site. So I'd like to introduce our architect, Jose Gomez, to walk you through some of the design components for the site. I believe Jose is available to.
I think you're controlling the images. Can you go to the next one, please?
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Jose Gomez, Valens and Gomez Architects. We're the architects of record working with the interior design team that our client have put together. I'll run you briefly through, it's a very simple architectural project. Most of it is all about the interiors of the project. This is the existing site. You can see that it's a vacant space on the south portion of the site over where it says chain link fence. And there's a small vacant area on the north side of the property. Again, it's right around where it says chain link fence. Let's go to the next one. This is really the area that we're adding to the site. On the south side, there's a small expansion for a restaurant. The north portion is a small space for office space. Let's go to the next one. In section, this is the historic space, and you can see on the right, bottom right, you'll see the kitchen and the area that's being expanded for the kitchen. Second floor, you see there some private areas, some private dining areas. Next. This is the rear addition. We just made we just highlighted in gray the area of the addition on the south side. Next. This is a view from the top where you can see the expanded kitchen space and mechanical equipment that will be all screen. The historic features of the building will remain, the historic stair, all the historic elements will remain. Next. Here you can see the ground floor plan. The main entrance from Washington. Space, again, remains all the same architecturally. The area of the expansion becomes part of the kitchen, and you can see where the central area is being used as a dining, the restaurant portion, the dining portion of the building. Next.
The proscenium remains?
It's been the portions around it will remain. It's just that the stage is being used for dining, VIP spaces.
Has this been
the portions around it remain?
Has this been in front of HPB yet, or
it will be going?
No, we'll be going to HPB next month. That'll be the next step.
Next. This is a second floor area, and you can see most of the space. The primary use of the second floor is the private dining overlooking the ground floor dining area. Next.
Could I interrupt, Jose? Is there any outdoor sidewalk cafe area?
No, it's all interior.
Yes, we all, I'm sure, received an email from Mr. Del Vecchio mentioning sidewalk cafe. I don't see any sidewalk cafe. I just want to confirm.
No.
Thank you.
No. This is the third level. You're starting to see a portion of another private dining area overlooking the spaces below. And on the exterior south side, you see the mechanical spaces, which will be hidden from sight. Next. This is the last level, where again, everything is staring up from the existing theater. And this is also dining area, dining spaces, and back of house. Next. And this is the roof level. At the roof, we have a small portion that we are proposing to add some storage, only storage at this very last level. Next. This is just an image to give you a level of where we want to be here. It's a very rich space, very high end, respecting the historic features of the building. Next.
Are those circles on the ceiling historic features?
No, those are part of the new. That's part of the new design.
And the wall,
lighting elements.
And the wall on the left.
That's correct. That's all part of the new. That's a bare wall. So we're providing this sort of a digital wall with moving digital images. The bar is in the place where it exists right now. Next. And then this is just an image of what you're seeing from the interior, the main space, the main dining room.
Great. Thank you, Jose. We're excited to be able to bring this upscale dining experience to this quarter of Miami Beach, especially in an iconic historic structure. These requested modifications to the existing neighborhood impact establishment CUP are minor and are needed to accommodate the restaurant use on the site. Staff has provided a favorable recommendation, and we agree with all of the proposed conditions. As such, we respectfully request your approval, and our team is available here to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question. Sure. I compliment your attempt to make this as close to an historic, retaining the historic features. I'm not sure that the sidebar and that lighting in the lobby goes with it too well. But I'm going to leave that to the Historic Preservation Board to make those distinctions. But I would remark that I'm not sure that treatment is as good as it could be in terms of the lobby interior. I mean, if you're going to respect the historic aspect of the theater, I think maybe a little bit more attention to the detail of the historic aspect should be pronounced. But it's not gonna prevent me from, agreeing to approve the project. But I would commend it to my friends at the Historic Preservation Board that those features should be examined clearly, and I'd like to include a provision in the approval that mentions that.
Yeah, we've been in regular contact with Debbie Tackett and staff regarding historic preservation elements. The scope of the presentation before you, it was really, the plans were less detailed with regards to those interior elements than what we have continued to develop in our discussions with Debbie. That should be going to the HPB next month, but yeah, noted and appreciated.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions if it's time. Is there any entry and exit, and forgive me if I missed it on the presentation, any entry and exit over on Euclid, or is it all on Washington Avenue?
There is an entry exit on Euclid, but it's only going to be for staff. It's basically, back of house entrance. So there's no designed entryway along Euclid Avenue. It's the rear of the property. So the sole focus is entry along Washington Avenue and focused on that entryway.
Right, and go along nicely with the activation of the new emphasis on Washington Ave. So, and the building is a contributing building, so that's why it's going for HPB as well. It's in the Flamingo Park zone, right?
It's an iconic building.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So, and what about the food? Has that been decided, the theme or the type of food or the emphasis there at all?
We did include a conceptual menu in the operations plan that was part of the submittal. It's pretty expansive and of course, like any restaurant, prone to change, but I'd be happy to share.
I'm not looking for a commitment. I just was curious, that's all. So
yeah, no, it's a very all the details are definitely being looked at, like with the microscope to make sure it's all up to par.
Well,
the applicant's very excited about this project.
Yeah, well, I like it.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, do we want to open to the public before any more questions from the board?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I didn't see any hands raised before, but let's go back and check. There's still no members from the public with their hands raised. So let's just give it a couple more minutes because I believe people will raise their hands on this one as we go.
While we wait, do any board members have any disclosures to make?
No.
Seeing none?
I received emails, I believe, from Greg, but that would be it. So.
Yeah, got an email from Frank DeVecchio and from Greg.
Yeah, that's true. I did get an email from Frank. He was
and
concerned with the outdoor issues.
And I see one hand raised there from the public.
I have the same disclosure as Mike and Daniel.
Same here. Let's go ahead and take and I believe it's Andresa.
Okay, and please state for the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh, it looks like they put their hand down.
No, go ahead. Good afternoon. Go ahead. That question was, let 1 second, let Nick swear you in real quick.
I do swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I just have one question. I've been seeing on this project, it says that it's going to be mainly restaurant use because they focus on this. However, I think the number 9 on the items to be removed, it was to delete a part that says to do not use the main floor as a dance floor. I'm wondering if this is a type of place that is going to host, for example, weddings or graduations, or is it focused on the restaurant? Because if it's focused on the restaurant industry, why would you have that deleted from the petition?
Well, thank you for the question. So it's a restaurant-focused entertainment venue. So similar to the existing neighborhood impact establishment that it already has the entitlements for and has been operating under for the past 10 to 12 years, it will be continuing that dynamic, but it'll be restaurant focused. There will be tables, restaurant tables, dining tables throughout the entirety of the venue, as you saw in the floor plans. And really what it'll be is it'll evolve as the night goes on and everyone will be focused around their own tables. They will continue to serve food, but the menu will be reduced as the night goes on and it'll evolve as an evening destination. And yes, private events will also be a part of it. I don't know the scope of what specific private events, but that's definitely contemplated.
Thank you for your answer. I have one more question because there was also an item that's saying to extend the use of the restaurant and from 8 a.m. to 5 a.m. This is where I get confused, and with the deletion of the dance floor, which means I am assuming it's for a wedding. I don't know, how would that impact the neighborhood around? The residents, I mean.
Well, the entitlements as they stand today, the venue is allowed to be open until 5 a.m. What we're requesting is to allow for the venue to open earlier because of the fact that it's an increased focus on restaurant use. So dining as early as 6 p.m., potentially lunch or brunch options. Those are things that are contemplated for the site. This is just being an evening theater entertainment destination.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Let's see if we have anybody else. We don't have any other members from the public wanting to speak on this item thus far. So with that, I think we've given sufficient time for members from the public to speak. So let's go ahead and close the opportunity for the public to speak, and then we'll have a discussion amongst the board and the applicant.
David, could you clarify what condition you or what additional provision you wanted?
Well, if they pull up that rendering again, so we could look at it.
1 second, let me find it for you.
Now you see here, Michael, these are not part. The circles on the ceiling, and the tree, and this this bench has some feature of an Art Deco. The building was I think built in the 1940s, and this wall here, to me, does not appear respectful enough to the tone of the building, and I'm worried about these features really not clashing with the interior of the lobby. Now, they've represented to me that the rest of the building is respectful of the historic aspects of the building, but I just think that this is not appropriately respectful of that period. I'd like to hear Nick maybe comment on it, so we can get a clearer understanding. But that's just my feeling, and I assume that these arches in the back where the box office was.
Which, the arches in the back? No, this is already interior of the project. So this isn't, the box office were let me.
Oh yeah, okay. The box office would have been more
would have been in this portion.
Okay, so I don't know what were these existing arches there or recently placed in there? This bar, I guess it's a bar because I see liquor in the back of the rendering. Is that accurate?
It's part of an existing bar.
It's part of an existing
bar there. Yes.
Okay, so it was that way when you undertook the project. What about this bench here? Was that there also?
It's a new bench.
It's a new bench. And the wall, of course, is entirely new, correct?
The decoration, the walls are the same as they're there. The stairs are there.
Yeah.
It's the decoration.
Is it a removable panel or is it permanent? Is it a permanent installation?
Yes, it's all removable panel. It's not a permanent. Those are pieces of furniture there that you're seeing. That circular piece is basically furniture.
Okay, and the circles, those are just new lighting design for the ceiling?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I just want to point that out. I don't I don't.
You want to leave that for HPB to
I think
tackle, or
yeah, I'd like to tackle it, but I'd like them to tackle it, but I'd like them to look at it. So I want to enunciate that issue that I just see in the.
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me, David.
Yeah.
This is Michael. I just want to, I wouldn't want to put a condition in the order regarding that. I would be attending the HPV meeting. I will make sure I bring your concern that you just expressed to the board, but I wouldn't want to put a condition in there into the planning board order regarding the interior of the space.
All right, and if you're going to be at that meeting, that's fine, Michael. Bring it to their attention. Other than that, I'm good to go.
I'm good as well.
All right. Well, so with that, I mean, I don't have anything to add. Is there anything else anyone wants to add before we consider the item? Seeing no hesitation or unreadiness, let's do we have support for the item?
I'd be happy to move it forward or move it as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Mike moved it. Mark seconded.
Okay. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Milland?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
You too. All right, and then our last item, I believe it's our last item, is Planning Board File 20-0374, Alton Road Outdoor Movie Theater.
And Virgilio from planning staff is going to give the presentation for this item.
Okay, good afternoon again, everybody. So this is an ordinance that would allow for outdoor theaters with an accessory bar counter on a rooftop as a conditional use on CD2 lots that are fronting Alton Road. On May 6th, the Land Use and Sustainability Committee did not make a formal recommendation, but they did recommend that the City Commission discuss the item, and the City Commission did refer it to the Planning Board May 13th. So this use, in light of the current pandemic, this is seen as a potentially safer alternative to indoor theaters. In the same light, there have been pop-up drive-in movie theaters that have been appearing throughout the county, such as at Dolphin Stadium and such. So this is in that same frame. So the ordinance has changed throughout the process to incorporate several safeguards to ensure that it doesn't negatively impact the surrounding residential areas immediately to the west. The safeguards include that the primary one is that the audio for the movie must be played through individual headphones. So the sound of the movie will not be heard in the exterior. It'll all be through headphones. The ordinance requires that no audio can exceed ambient levels. So it's expected that the only sound would be before the movie while people are getting a drink at the bar, that there may be ambient background music played at that time. It requires that movie projectors and equipment be located away from neighboring residential areas, and that the projections not be substantially visible from the public right-of-way. It requires that the movie theater operations cease by 12 a.m. on weekdays and 1 a.m. on weekends, and that the outdoor bar counter cease operations by 11 p.m. on weekdays and 12 a.m. on weekends, and it's only permitted to operate when the theater is operating. It also requires that the outdoor bar counter incorporate sound attenuation devices to reduce noise levels, and it is required to be located away from the residential area and not substantially visible from the public right-of-way. The ordinance also allows for the theater and its operations as an allowable height exception. Again, this is just the ordinance. So if the ordinance is adopted, the specific plans for the theater will have to come back before the planning board as part of the conditional use process, and any safeguards that we may have not contemplated at this time can be incorporated into the order at that time. And at that point, also staff would ensure that there's compliance with other requirements of the land development regulations, such as parking, and ensure that the ordinance complies with the safeguards in this ordinance. So due to the safeguards in the ordinance, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. So any questions?
Yeah, will the headphones be handed out each time, like on an airplane, or will people have to bring their own headphones?
I don't know that that's been discussed at this point. I would assume that they would be very good headphones that would have to be provided beforehand so that it's compatible with the house sound system. But that hasn't been discussed.
I'm thinking in terms of long-term usage under conditions of a virus. And is the theater going to have social distancing, or is this done in anticipation of a vaccine, or when is it going to be finished? How is this whole thing going to work under present circumstances? I mean, has anybody thought about,
David, it's Graham Penn. I can answer some of those questions hopefully and provide some additional info.
Hey, Graham, how are you?
Good to see you. If I have a brief bunch of slides, if everyone would like to see it. Very quickly.
Yeah, please. I think it'd be helpful.
Mr. Chair, how much time would you like to allow?
Let's give them more than 2 minutes. Let's go with the presentation, and then we'll just kind of have to play it by ear. This is our last item.
I'm not gonna be duplicative of what Rogelio explained. So again, Graham Penn, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. We're representing the owners of the 1212 Lincoln development, who have partnered with Rooftop Cinema Club on this concept. And I'll show you some more details. As Rogelio explained, the most important part of this is that this ordinance, if adopted, would provide for a conditional use process for this use. So that means in each site that they're permitted or requested, it would require a public hearing. It's not something that's as of right. Right now on the Alton Road corridor, the use that's permitted on rooftops is restaurant uses with ambient music. There are no special event permits permitted, and obviously we're not proposing to modify that existing restriction. No music above ambient level will be allowed, and again, headphones only, which are provided by the venue. And as you'll see, David and everyone, when we show you some images of the way that the seats are laid out, it's the perfect use really for a social distancing world and our post-COVID world in the next couple of years. As Rogelio noted, as we've gone through this process, we've heard concerns from WABNA specifically. I've spoken to Gail about it. We've attempted to, in the existing draft that's in front of you and in some revisions, address a lot of the concerns we've heard. First off is that both the screen and any kind of concession or bar counter has to be located away from adjacent residential uses. And the screen, and both of them cannot be substantially visible from the right of way. So the whole idea is that the screen has to be located in a way that's not seen by other folks. And also important, of course, is the concern that the concession or the food element would overwhelm the theater, would become kind of the primary use, and the theater would be secondary. The ordinance requires the concessions or bar cannot be open outside of when the theater is open. Those hours, bar closes an hour in advance of the theater. This is the concession outdoor bar counter limit is the same that applies to restaurants now. So restaurants in the Alton Road corridor that are on rooftop have to close at 11 on weekdays and 12 midnight on weekends. This is the same criteria. That's why we mirrored that in this.
What was the name, Graham? What was the name of that restaurant on the roof? It's no longer there on the garage? Is this
what on 1111?
Oh, we're talking about a different rooftop then.
1212 is on the other side of the
okay.
New building.
This is the new building by the Dunkin' Donuts across from where this Starbucks used to be.
That's where we are. Again, this is an ordinance. It's not our actual application. But so what we're proposed to do based on what we've heard again from WABNA, et cetera, which I'm assuming this is not going to be enough for their concerns, but I think we're going in their direction, is to add, and we would ask that you recommend that these additional limits be introduced into the ordinance, that the the use itself cannot open to at least 4:30 in the afternoon. So the idea is that the outdoor theater, of course, is kind of an evening use because you can't see it otherwise. So we want to ensure that no one is concerned that, again, that the concession, the food and beverage element will open outside and be the driving factor. So the whole idea is that it can't open until at least 4:30. You can only have one screen, so it cannot become a multi-screen event, which again is definitely consistent with what Rooftop Cinema Club does. And then limit the number of showings per day. We think that maximum of 3, especially when you get to the winter, you'd have the time to do it. I don't need to tell any of you about this. COVID-19 has made it clear that for the next foreseeable future, being outdoors is going to be significantly better than indoors. So we think that this is a very timely request. We started this before the virus really started hitting us, but we think it's actually very timely in our new world.
Who's operating the theater, Graham?
We're getting there. So our partner is Rooftop Cinema Club. Rooftop Cinema Club was started in England back in 2011. And they've got multiple venues in London now. They've got multiple venues in Los Angeles, one in New York. There's a new one in Texas. This would be the first Florida location. As you can see, when we're talking about seating, you can see the example of how they do it. Those are the chairs that get put out. That's the theater. So in a COVID world, you could conceivably separate all those chairs because they're not fixed. So I think it gives us the flexibility to deal with it. And of course, they deal with all of and sanitize all of the materials, including the headphones. So let me, this is not a typical first-run movie theater. It's a curated kind of a movie experience. So you're going to see movies that go all the way back to Casablanca, 70s, 80s, 90s, et cetera. It's kind of it's a curated experience. It's not designed to replace the multiplex. And I'm just going to blaze through these quickly because when this first came up, the client was a little surprised that anyone was concerned. Everyone's always surprised when they're concerned about their business because they're very proud of it. But so we went and we got letters from a bunch of the operations and the neighbors to those operations. This is Los Angeles. I'll show you more about that later. There's a letter of support from those residents. Downtown San Diego, again, the adjacent building, the Grand Hyatt, letter of support. New York City, Embassy Suites, adjacent hotel, support. One of the Los Angeles locations, another Los Angeles location, you can see it, letter of support. The government of the United Kingdom, which I think should be the most important thing, letter of support for this business. And I think I want to, before I close, I want to focus a little bit on the LA site because this is what the concern that we've heard, and I understand why people are concerned about having any rooftop uses. This is a letter from the adjacent property owner to one of our Los Angeles locations, so Rooftop RCC's Los Angeles locations. And the excerpt from the letter we're picking here, in 4 years, I can happily say we received 0 complaints of disturbances. Now, just to give you an indication, again, how close these people live to the use, this is where that building is. So the building on the right-hand side is the building that we got the letter from. That little blue box down there on the bottom is where the Cinema Club actually operates. So those are 300 units in that building that are directly above this use. Where they have not received complaints about it. So again, we would ask that you move this request forward, this item forward with those additional 3. I'm going to go back to it just so we can have them again. Additional limits, setting the opening time to 4:30, no earlier, limiting the use to 1 screen and no more than 3 showings per day. We think with those additional conditions, and of course the conditional use process itself, which you'll be seeing any kind of application, will give any neighbors of any of the use in this corridor some comfort. So with that, we're here. I'm going to stop sharing. And any questions for us? I know that Matt Allen from Rooftop Cinema Club is in the group, so he can answer any more specific questions.
Yeah, I'd be interested in asking a few questions. I think it's a very nice project, and it's kind of unique. People are going to be able to go and sit on a rooftop on a nice day and watch the cinema. I just don't understand the business model when people could see curated cinemas on their Criterion channel or Disney channel or whatever. I don't know. I don't understand how they're going to stay in business. And I understand the movie theater across the street has got some problems. The Regal I understand is in difficulty. So, I mean, it's not relevant to our discussion, but I'm just saying that I don't know. I mean, I think it's nice. I would vote to approve it, but I don't know. I'm dubious about the possibilities for that kind of business now. Anyway, that's just a.
Mr. Chair, should we hear from the public or speak or a board discussion? What are?
No, let's actually hear from the public. I think we have one of the proprietors there, but also Ms. Andresa. I don't know if she's back to comment on this item or not, or if that's just from last time, PJ. But if so, let her go ahead, and then
I have comments and questions, but I'm happy to wait until after the public speaks.
Yeah, I think it would be good if we allow the public first to speak on this item. We have three, so let's start with Ms. Andresa.
Hi, everybody. Thank you again for your time. I am neighbor exactly to this building. I just saw the presentation of the other one with I don't know how many stories, and I don't know if that building is a resident building or if it's a hotel. I am right next to this project behind on West and 16. When we had the city commission board, we had over 100 people from the community concerned about the levels of the noise and also the traffic. We don't know. I see now that they are asking to open no earlier than 4:30 p.m. But we don't know exactly when this is gonna close, because you can be going. I know you said also no more than three showings. However, we're concerned of the traffic of people after the presentations are done with the noise. We're also concerned about the ambience levels. We don't know what ambience levels means. This could be very loud for us. My bedroom is right there, and I'm very concerned about that. And I would like to ask you guys to think about it. I work here, I live here, and I would like to have a pleasant night every night so I can sleep well and go to work. I hope I have better words to say this. My concern about this, I'm just very concerned about the traffic. The people already have a lot of noise with people that goes to bodega. We are concerned about the investment people, not exactly who's going to operate right now, which is the cinema. We like the idea. We like them to have it in another building. However, imagine if in a few years, the cinema experience is not out there anymore, and they decided to move forward and ask for another extensions for the timings of operations. It is going to become an open air club. We don't want that here. That's what we're most concerned right now. And I appreciate
2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
So just to her comment, staff, can you just give her the definition of ambient level?
Yes. Ambient level is not exceeding the volume of normal conversation. So if the music is too loud where two people sitting next to each other can't speak, then that's above ambient levels.
Thank you. Let's see, we have Mr. Galbert and then Mr. Bracken. So Mr. Galbert, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I truly appreciate the time. I will tell you that that a restaurant would be allowed in this space, and but a restaurant is not what we want to put here. And this type of theater for outdoor use is something very special. We know it well because we one of the major places that we deal with is London and Los Angeles, where some of these establishments are. They are the answer, and the member David, who mentioned earlier about Regal, he's absolutely right. Indoor theaters are an issue and will be an issue as long as COVID is around. But outdoor theaters is a place where you can safely gather and distance each other and actually have some fun and watch a movie and be entertained. What you have is you have every single movie company in South Florida, whether it be the Israeli Film Festival to all the other film festivals endorsing this program, and have previously sent letters to the city and to all the boards as well. It's just a way to have a different type of environment for people to gather, and it is above any of the adjacent property owners. In fact, there was a couple of things put out there, and it's received overwhelming approval from the entire community and the neighborhood. I can tell you that 82% of the total budget for the city of Miami Beach comes from the commercial properties of our community. And if we're not here to help our commercial properties and to do the right type of thing to create the magical spaces and entertainment spaces for people to enjoy and come out at night, to encourage other types of retail establishments, this city is going to be in trouble. And right now, in these times of COVID, it's a very serious situation that needs to be attractive, and we need to do everything possible to deal in reality. Today, the first time in 50 years, outdoor drive-in theaters are becoming popular again. And they're created in Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, Orlando. They're all over the place, and they really were created overnight.
2 minutes are up. Mr. Gaba, would you like to request additional time?
Just 30 seconds more. I will tell you that we need to think about magical spaces that people can enjoy. This rooftop is well above any of the neighbors. It's on Alton Road. There is no residential on Alton Road. We are staying away from anything west of the area, and this ordinance is only for Alton Road. There are no apartments facing us. We're on the other side. It won't bother any of our neighbors. We have an existing parking garage on the property, so people coming here will park within the garage and not on the streets and not in the neighborhood. We built over 400 in this garage, and 90% of them are empty today. 90% are empty today. So there's no issue with parking. There's no issue with noise. There's no issue with anything. This is the type of thing that should be embraced. If you say yes today, it has to go back to the commission, come back to you, and then and so there's quite a few hearings still to go. So I heartily ask you to embrace it quickly and move this to the commission.
Perfect. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you.
All right. We have one more, I think, Bracken, if I remember. Jefferson Bracken. Jeff Bracken.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and board. Jefferson Bracken. I live at 1561 West Ave. I'm a long-term West Ave resident and owner, and I live right behind the building as well. And I have zero concern about any noise or traffic because there's no noise or traffic associated with the use. One thing we could all agree on is that one of the few benefits of all this quarantining chance to catch up on all these great movies and shows we love. But now that we're all up to speed on those and we want to get out of the house safely, we really need these outdoor activities to help our community get over this coronavirus shutdown. So where we can clearly and safely do social distancing, we should. And this is the perfect use for our world today. It's really one of the only activities that families can do safely in our community. And we need to do everything we can to attract tenants into our city. The residents don't want to live in a city of vacant buildings, and the city simply can't even afford to carry a city full of empties. And this is the perfect outdoor use, and it's just so unique and it's exciting. And we have to support our city and support our local businesses, and local theaters do just that. You're more likely to go out to the Freeze for a scoop of ice cream when there's a local theater offering, and support all these other local businesses that are really struggling today. And Mr. Weeder did bring up a great point regarding Regal. We might not have a theater at all on Miami Beach. So I hear people who bring up traffic and noise, but there's no traffic or noise associated with it. The city can't afford to allow all these obstructionists to continue to just destroy all these exciting ideas and have this drawbridge mentality. They're just a vocal minority. They don't want anyone in our community. I live right behind the building. I'm in the group of most affected residents. I've spoken to all my neighbors. I've been to the site several times. with fellow neighbors, and I've heard nothing but positivity and excitement. Please approve this innovative, new, unique venue. It's really an exciting thing, and I hope to see all of you out there when it's open. Thank you so much.
I didn't want to say anything to disparage the idea. I think it's a good idea. I think it'll be nice for people if they do, especially young people who want to go out. I was just questioning Russell Galbert is a far better businessman than I am. So, all my business ventures go bust. So I was just questioning
all of them.
Well, I've never been a good businessman. That's why I'm still practicing law. But it's a good idea. I think we do need the open air environment and everything. I was just questioning whether it would be successful. But Russell Galbert brought up a good point that drive-in theaters are making a comeback. But there's a reason why they're making a comeback. People don't want to get near each other. And so I don't know about, they're going to space the seats and I don't know if it's going to eliminate the fear of people going out to do anything right now. Young people are dying. People are getting sick. All the cities are suffering. And it seems to me we have to hope that I think the only cure is going to be a vaccine where people are not going to be fearsome to go to a restaurant. I mean, it's a very depressing time, and I think we all have to be very very circumspect about where we go right now, young people and old people.
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me, David.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to remind everybody we have to end the meeting at by 3:15. So I really want to stay focused and wrap up the discussion.
I'm ready to go. If we're done,
I'm ready to vote. I'm ready to vote.
By the way, I think it's amazing. I think it's an amazing project, and I think that we'd be remiss to miss this opportunity. I think it's gonna be wonderful for the neighborhood. I think a lot of us will end up being patrons of this, and with that, I'm prepared to move it to with a favorable recommendation to the commission to approve this.
Could I make a couple of comments? And is that as is? Could I make a couple of comments?
Sure.
Would anybody mind?
No, go for it.
Okay, so one of the things I've talked to a good many residents in this area. I'm very interested, and I want to move it forward as well, and I want to give this a try. But a lot of folks are concerned. I think the biggest reason they're concerned, as I have kind of understood it, is that the ordinance is big and broad. The CUP process will be very specific. I've been doing this with you guys for 2.5 years, and I think we've come up with some really great solutions and very specific solutions through the CUP process. Most of the residents aren't familiar with that and how it works. One of my suggestions heading to the commission was going to be that we recommend an opening time, which would satisfy a lot of the residents' concerns that I spoke with. They're concerned about a variety of different types of activities that might go on there in addition to the theater at night.
Hey guys.
Graham has offered 4:30. I think that's great. And I wonder if the board would be interested and the applicant would be interested in considering something a little more specific around the location of the screen, that the screen face east. I specifically spoke with board members in the tall building. There's only one tall building to the west, a couple of blocks over, concerned about light projecting into there. He lives on, this one person I'm thinking of lives on the 11th floor. And depending on where, even if the screen were located on the east side of the project, if it were facing, there it could be disturbed with light after dark. So that would be my suggestion. The 4:30 takes care of my biggest recommendation within the ordinance itself. And then the screen location would be my thing I would want to chat about.
So the screen location will be something, to your point about specificity, will come back when the CUP comes back to us. Is that correct, staff? Rogelio?
That's correct. Yeah, you'll have a site plan as you do with any other project, and that'll be very specific as to where the screen is located.
Right. We can impose our conditions at that point, right? I mean, that's what we're
correct.
We can, but look, I listened to land use and I listened to the commission meeting on this very carefully, and they're looking for a little more. They're looking for the ordinance itself to be a little tightened up. Of course, they're going to have to.
Mike, is there a possibility that there's one project that maybe works with the west orientation? I mean, I don't know. So
correct.
Yeah, potentially there could be one on the east side of Alton Road, and in that case, you may want the screen to face the other direction.
Right. So I think it's really more appropriate to go sort of project by project when you get to the CUP level, as opposed to the ordinance level.
But this ordinance covers only the west side of Alton Road. Am I right? I don't think you could do anything on the east side with this ordinance.
That's correct, Mike. Because it's modifying the Alton Road corridor.
That's why I thought, if the theaters, if there are more than one theater, would only be located on the west side and facing the screen in an eastward direction, would protect those folks that live to the west. So,
if I could just through the chair, all I wanted to say, Mike, I think that the concern that had been raised in the staff's additional comments was based on the kind of the rendering that we had prepared that shows the screen facing to the west. As part of the pre-op process for the actual CUP, we've reoriented the screen already, so it's actually facing north, and it's on the eastern edge of the property. So that makes it even less visible, even as a structure to potential residents.
Well, look, depending on the appetite for the board, I mean, there will be two readings at the commission here, but there were commissioners who were asking specifically to add some additional conditions to the ordinance itself. I realize, and I really trust the CUP process. Obviously, we go through it every month, and I think we have come up with some really great win-win solutions. I feel like we'll do that in this situation. Should it come back to us? I just thought that was a fairly low risk, addition to the ordinance itself.
And let me just bookend it. Item 8G, the caller had asked about, would this turn into something else? I think the spirit of the ordinance is to keep it as a movie theater, and that particular item says that the theater layout has to remain in place during times of operation. We'll get down into some further specificity, as Michael mentioned, when the CUP comes back to us for this particular.
Well, let me also add in Tom's notes or in staff's notes, the location of the movie screen should be placed on the west side of the rooftop with the projection facing east. So look, if the board doesn't want to adjust the ordinance itself, I'm very comfortable with the CUP process. I just think some of the commissioners anyway are looking for opportunities without killing it to tighten up the ordinance a little bit. And you've already gone a long way, I think, with your 4:30, in my view, with your 4:30 opening. So
I think so Mark has moved the item. Is there a second?
I seconded it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded.
And just to clarify, that's with the 3 amendments proposed by Graham?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you need to go through them, Rogelio?
Yeah, why don't you read them? Right.
Yeah.
The first amendment is that the establishment shall open no earlier than 4:30 p.m. The second amendment is that each establishment shall be limited to no more than 1 screen or display. The third amendment is that there shall be no more than 3 showings per day.
All right.
Okay, I will renew my moving the regulation up to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation with the 3 amendments that were just discussed by Rogelio.
I second it.
Okay, Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vittia?
Yes.
Mr. Milland?
Yes.
Mr. Weider?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Graham, are all those books real? Have you read them, or is that just a prop?
A lot of them are comic books. That's why it's a little vague back there.
Land use for dummies. Is that what I see back there?
Thank you. Thank you again for your patience. I appreciate everybody's time. Have a good one.
And thank you guys. The next meeting is Monday, just for the people who are aware. It's Monday, July 27th at 9 a.m. Another Zoom meeting. Another packed agenda.
I thought you could say Monday the 6th. I want to go for keep going for it here.
I hope not.
Reed does a good job, It's like we're cranking things out here.
This
nice
was
job.
fun.
Nice
this
job,
was
guys.
fun, Yeah.
Nice job.
I liked it.
Thank you.
Kareem, you're really doing
Kareem, you're doing a great job.
Oh, you guys are too kind.
No, if you move it along, you move it along. That's what we want. That's what we
Move
want
it right along.
in our chair.
Oh, thank you.
I like the way you stick to those 2 minutes,
We couldn't have a better chairman.
Well, thank you. Well, that's going to be the next thing. We might have to give folks 3 minutes and then give them, we might have to extend the board meeting by a few minutes.
I mean, that's okay, but I think the 2, just pushes them. And I like when Nick, reminds them. And it's interesting. It seems like more impactful on the Zoom, where they feel like they're being cut off here, as opposed to, someone standing at the dais, which is usually they'll keep going on. No,
the real issue is that folks, when we have the dais, they go down, they sit down, then they think of a new point, which is fair, but then they want to come up, and then it's just it becomes too much, and so the public is having a hard time following because we're trying to be accommodative, but we can't have folks just sit down, get up, sit down, get up. It becomes too much.
You think process is important,
I wonder if we're ever going to move back to real meetings.
Well, we can rent out the movie theater and we can have it open air on the roof.
Not in July, not in June, in July, please.
I mean, listen, by the way, you think about that, I don't know if you guys ever go to the New World Symphony, it's sort of similar concept, it's, you have a nice picnic out there, watch, the symphony on the wall there. It's really a movie, even though it's live. It's really just watching the movie. I think it's.
Yeah, but that was pre-COVID, that was pre-COVID, Mark. People are scared to death. I know I am.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to figure that one out. And outside,
New World people, they all cluster in together. They put down their food. They are drinking their wine, and please, let's get that back. Find a vaccine. I've heard such gloomy forecasts about all this. So we're gone.
Stop watching CNN so much.
Yeah, let's not give up yet. We're going to be okay.
Okay.
We are.
Good to see everybody. When's that next meeting, Michael? What did you say? What's the date?
The 27th.
Go ahead. Monday, July 27th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Stay safe.
Thank